A very warm welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. There is still one final question mark regarding the final space in Champions Week here in Series 3 of the MODUS Super Series. Come the end of tonight, we'll find out exactly who will complete the 12-player field for next week's Champions Week and remain in the race for a £20,000 top prize. Their priority, though, is to win this evening to harbour that spot and win £5k in cash. Before we look ahead and see who is in action this evening, let's see how this week's panned out. Jim McEwan made his way through Group B. He finished third in that particular group. Did so with some fine finish, including this 1-5-1 against Jamie Durrant. Colin Osborne came through second in Group C. The Wizard made it the Champions Week last time out. Does he have another trick up his sleeve here? As for Andreas Harrysson, the Super Swede makes it through to Saturday night for the first time in his Super Series career. And he did so with some blockbuster finish, including this 1-3-8 to seal the deal against Benito van der Pas. Justin Smith took top honours in Group C, but he still fears there's gears to go going into tonight. The top boy in Group B was Matthew Edgar. Prime time lived up to his name and is back under the prime time lights here of the live lounge this evening. But Darryl Pilgrim was the winner of Group A, considered one of the best players outside the PDC tour card system. He lived up to those reputations with a superb display. So that is what we saw from Monday through to Friday. It's all been watched in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson, who's back with us this evening for all of the action to unfold here at the live lounge. And first of all, what a week we've enjoyed.
It's been very good, hasn't it? I think when it came to Group A, I think we expected Darryl Pilgrim to win it. He did. And the next 2 days, a lot of unpredictability, and I've really enjoyed it. So when you look at the lineup that we got tonight, evident strength. They're the two words that have been echoing through my brain all day long. And as for the favourite, it will be Pilgrim because of his strength in different avenues in darts over the last 12 to 18 months. But don't discount anybody else.
Well, let's have a look at the week from a numerical perspective. This is how it worked out by the numbers. 42 ton plus checkouts, just under 180 180s. That's bound to happen at some point this evening. But in terms of the averages and the checkout rate, just a little bit below the par for the course we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think what we are expecting now is somewhere between 34 and 35% on the finishing. So we have seen a few matches that have gone down to 1-1, or maybe two players, you know, getting stuck on 5-5. But the overall average, 83.86, don't let that fool you. A lot of these players know that it's about just getting through the first 5 days of qualifying, and saving your best for last is exactly what some of these players pride themselves on.
Well, let's rattle our way through the league tables over the course of Groups A, B and C. We'll begin in chronological order and start by looking at Group A. Darryl Pilgrim, the winner. Andreas Harrysson and Jim McEwan were the two players that dropped into Group B. McEwan, courtesy of a perfect day on Wednesday. That meant Chris Quantock, Benito van der Pas and Jamie Dunn, they all dropped into Group C. That was our focus on the Thursday and Friday afternoon, whilst Andreas Harrysson and Jim McEwan were split into Group B, which, as we can see there, Harrysson and McEwan both made their way through, with Matthew Edgar the group winner. Scott Mitchell and Richie Parkin. Mitchell, on his debut in this competition, both departed the scene. As for Group C, it was the two players that came into it, and the two fancy bookmakers' favourites in that group, in Justin Smith and Colin Osborne, that railed their way through to the final. Chris Quantock narrowly missed out in the end, following a strong showing on Friday. So that sets fair now our field for tonight's final. We can have a look at the lineup in full now and see what we've got to come. These are the two groups in play, Paul, and you look at Group 1, you can make a case of absolutely anyone in there. Yeah,
I think when you look at Colin, he's got experience of winning on a Saturday night in this building. He's the only person in that group who has done that. So I look at him and I think, I expect. When it comes to Harrysson, I think he's on a freebie tonight. I think the pressure's firmly on Osborne and Pilgrim because their reputations precede them, whereas Harrysson, who's very strong, I think he's played a lot of his strong stuff in Group A this week. But ultimately, I think that's the right group for him to possibly pounce. I'll be interested to see what he does.
What's your assessment of Group 2?
Well, Matthew Edgar's going to be really happy just to be here. I'm not sure what his ambitions were going into Thursday night's action. But McEwan and Smith, just like Osborne, they've won a week under this roof. So that puts more pressure on them. Edgar, he was first here. He's first through the door at around 5 o'clock. Wanted to get on the practice board. Great professionalism from the man who has his own YouTube channel. But that is a really intriguing group for me. I think the worrying thing, just looking at Jim McEwan the last couple of days, is he didn't look as buoyant on Thursday and Friday as he did on Wednesday. So maybe there's a clue in there as to who comes through.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about tonight's proceedings. Perhaps not surprised to see Darryl Pilgrim as a 13-5 favourite at the top of the bill, but looking at the bottom, is Matthew Edgar value at 13-2?
I'm surprised that the spread there from 13-5 to 13-2 was so small. But at the same time, I think if you are looking for value, then look at someone like Matthew Edgar, because we're talking about a Group B winner over the last couple of nights being the outsider. And yes, his best average was just a shade over 91. But because he got better on Friday from Thursday and has this consistency that we've seen the last 2 days, winning 3 games from 4 both days, he could spring a surprise.
Well, let's have a quick check of Assets ACCA then. This is Paul Nicholson's selections ahead of tonight's final. It's an 8-1 treble here. Just talk your way through this board.
I'm under pressure now because the last 2 have hit, and I've been getting elbows from Glenn Durrant as if to say, how are you doing this? But Osborne against Harrysson, this is an interesting one. 8-13, but it's just for Osborne to get a 180 in the match at 0.5. So 8-13 the start. Harrysson against Pilgrim. I've gone for Pilgrim to win by 4 legs to 2 or better, just because I get the feeling that Pilgrim will be able to do that. When it comes to Smith against Edgar, total 180, so we need 2 or more in that game. And Justin Smith, if he's got his head on tonight, we're talking about someone who will get a bucket full of 180s, hopefully for him, in his 2 qualifying matches. We'd got a little bit of a bow from Edgar as well when he got his solitary 180 last night, so we'll be hoping to do it one more, and maybe if he gets one, the ACCA will come in at just over 8-1.
That's what Paul Nicholson thinks. Ahead of play, he's going to make his way down to the commentary box and describe all the action alongside the 3-time Lakeside champion, Glenn Durrant. And our first game of the session sees the man who won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in action. Darryl Pilgrim hasn't been here for a couple of days due to his success. Colin Osborne didn't begin his campaign until after Pilgrim went through. They go toe-to-toe in our first match of the session, and earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Darryl, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. Couple of days off, how have you spent it?
Just chilling, really. Getting ready for tonight. Had a nice rest Thursday and had a quick practice yesterday to get ready for tonight.
Feel refreshed, revitalised, recharged?
Yep, hope so.
How did you find your 3 days in Group A?
Challenging. It's very, very tough being in that Group A, but I was really happy to win it.
It's the first time you actually played the full week here, so what was that side of the experience like? OK, great, you've only played 3 days of it.
Yeah, as I say, it was interesting. Obviously, I'd prepared myself for the whole week as well, but I was over the moon to get through.
You made it through to Champions Week in Series 1, but the week you won was in Southampton, so how much would you like to win on this stage and become only the 2nd player to make it the Champions Week twice in this format?
Yeah, it'd be nice to complete the set, 1 in each venue. Yeah, so I'd love to win tonight and be back here next week for Champions Week.
Well, Darryl, I wish you all the very best tonight. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Colin, welcome back to finals night. It feels like a familiar territory for you now.
It's, well, I wouldn't say that age, but yeah, it was like you said, I've been down the last 2 days and it was nice to progress through to tonight, so yeah, we're here. We'll see what happens.
What was your assessment of your performances in the previous 2 days?
I think I was steady and solid in patches. You know, didn't pull up any trees really, but I'd done what I need to do, got the job done, and like you say, here we are.
I suppose going into tonight, you know that there's gears that's going to have to go for, because you look at that practice room in there, it's full of talent.
Oh yeah, and like you're saying, and obviously when you start the week, there's 6, and then 3 come in Thursday, 3 come in Friday, and we're the last 6 standing. So yeah, we've got to be switched on tonight, and I'm ready for it.
And as well, when you look at that practice room, it's full of people that on this stage have won weeks.
Yeah, that's right. Like you say, again, H, I mean, we're all in there, but they can go and do what they do. My concern is it's what I do, you know. But no, it should be an interesting night.
We look forward to watching you play. Colin, good luck.
Good man, thank you.
So here we go. The race for the final place in Champions Week begins right here. We kick off with the battle between Darryl Pilgrim and Colin Osborne. And watching all the action in the commentary box is the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson and the former Premier League winner Glenn Dowen. Evening, guys.
Thank you so much, Henry. The puzzle is nearly complete. Who will be the final piece of that jigsaw for Champions Week next week? In your picture there, Darryl Pilgrim, who threw the first dart at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. Will he be the guy that throws the last dart at the end of tonight's proceedings? And I thought it was a really refreshing interview from the guy in your picture from Middlesbrough. South Bank, Colin Osborne, a real seasoned player. Someone with real determination, tenacity. And was speaking to Paul Nicholson on his arrival and said, "I'm here for the 10 days, Paul." That's the type of attitude that I love.
I agree. It was really nice to run into Colin this week. And in fact, it's always nice to run into Colin. And to everybody who's tuning in tonight, live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the first 6 games, thank you for joining us.
First leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
That is Danny McNamara. He is your referee for tonight. I'm the asset. He's Duzzer. That's Darryl Pilgrim. And he's the favourite for this evening, purely because
34.
of his levels this week and his consistency, probably from the last 18 months.
Yeah, there's just something really special about the Saturday night. And you'll see just behind Colin,
45.
Darryl will do that fake throw. He did that from the very first start on Monday. I was super impressed there. I did a lot of work in preparation of meeting him. He was very generous with the information. But when I saw him on Monday,
61.
Tuesday, Wednesday, he was in a real contest with Andreas Harrysson. In fact, after day one, he was sat in second place. But, you know, it just steps up another gear. And when you talk about people who've been there and done it.
100.
I mean, in 2008, 2009, the guy, Colin Osborne, was one of the best players in the world. He was absolutely unbelievable. He went through a transition, a change, and he feels really confident.
58.
And if you list guys who have been a real success in the MODUS Super Series, a couple of the names tonight in Jim McEwan and Colin Osborne would be in that very short list.
Absolutely right. They share
41.
4 wins each in their time playing with us. As for Pilgrim, 1. It was a very good one, but without sounding
99.
harsh, because I once said about Darryl Pilgrim, and his partner didn't like me for saying this. I called him a bridesmaid. And then he went on to win, and then I said he wasn't the bridesmaid anymore. All of the things he's done in the last year,
37.
they're not an accident. You look at some of the local opens he goes to. He wins a truckload of them. He loves playing here, but there's one thing missing.
96.
This weekly win under this roof to get the chance for the big pot.
And I've got no problem at all in giving criticism tonight to someone like Darryl Pilgrim for 2 reasons. 1, the utmost respect I have for him. And 2, all I've talked about with Darryl Pilgrim has been positive. He's been a very impressive individual and player. And Colin Osborne will just be a little bit disappointed with that last start. He was just beginning to take control. And what's really important in this first leg for Aussie is the fact it would be a breaker throw.
25.
Paul, like you say, you've been there
Colin,
and done it. You've been from the original
93.
concept of the Live Lounge and MODUS Super Series, and you know, something happens. You can do what you want in the round robin phase, but what it's all about, Group A, Group B, Group
43.
C, you can be absolutely
Darryl
sensational.
require
Saturday night is a
128.
clean slate.
Absolutely right. And when Osborne was last here on a Saturday night, he was fantastic. He beat Aaron Monk that night. And he
63.
owned the
Colin
semi-finals
require
and final.
50.
He owned the night. It never looked in doubt. How about this 50 checkout for an early break?
Game shot of the
And
first
that's
leg.
really
Colin
good. That's
Osborne.
encouraging for Colin. But what isn't for Pilgrim is that he had quite a lot of visits there without a
Second
shot
leg,
at a
Colin
double.
to throw
Early
first.
nerves?
Game on.
You can't afford them when you come to Saturday night.
Yeah, it's been tested, my commentary this week. Obviously, I had my nephew playing in Jamie Durrant. I had a very
14.
close friend in Richie Parkin. But one of the best friends I have in darts is Colin Osborne. But, you know, he needs all the support he can right now. And I know there's a lot of people on Teesside watching. So just a big shout out to Carl Edgar and his boys,
85.
Keaton and Kieran. South Bank, man, he's a real tough, and it's just the way he speaks. He hasn't been at his best this week. Like I said, he hasn't lifted any trees, but he's there. And just sense a little bit like Jim McEwan. They've been there and done it. And boy, has he come out the traps quicker than Darryl Pilgrim.
I think the only pressure I'm feeling tonight is because of my accumulator. I've gone 2 for 2 this week. I wonder if I can go 3 for 3. Just remember, if you are having a gamble tonight, please do so in a responsible manner. Over 18s only. And begambleaware.org is the website you need for all of the information on that. Osborne gets the first 180 of the night.
92. Colin Osborne, 141.
And because he's got that break early, he is the favourite for this game now. And he is running forward, not walking.
78.
Second time he's gone for that 42 bed and he's come up short both times. Just going to have to be mindful of that.
Yeah, what has been good about Colin has been when he's had like 2 dart combination finishes, so that'll frustrate him, that
46.
missed double there. And even in
Colin
the first leg,
Osborne,
that 10
63.
tops was clinical. The 63 is never an easy one, but he'd be delighted to look at his opponent's score on 220, so no pressure on this tops.
Game shot of the second
Not that he
leg.
needs any,
Colin
because that's
Osborne.
absolutely plumb. And it's 2 from 4 on the outer ring already for Colin.
Darryl looks a bit mystified and
Third
he has
leg,
every
Darryl
right
to
to feel
throw
that way.
first. Game
And
on.
if he needs a little bit of inspiration, just look at his football team's result today, because what he would take is exactly what Crystal Palace got,
100.
which was a 4-3 win.
Yeah, Glenn also looks a little perplexed because Darryl has been absolutely brilliant this week. And we talk an awful lot, the Modus Super Series, about a couple of days off away.
140.
I mean, he was lucky enough to only live about 90 minutes away, so he was able to get back to his home, to his own bed. But sometimes it's how you prepare. But the darts, these are the ones I saw this at the beginning of the week in Group A. And all you're saying to yourself is, why have you waited till you're 2-0 down? Sometimes you need that spark. Sometimes you need that catalyst. Is that the moment?
100.
Throughout the week, Osborne has averaged 85.61 for 10 matches. Pilgrim, 90.72 for 15 matches. And maybe somebody's walking him up. We might be in for a game all of a sudden. Interestingly, Osborne's best individual average this week in a game was a losing
41.
average. Just a shade under 97.5. Pilgrim needs double 8.
33.
And for the first time in this match, he can breathe again.
Yeah, even though he's likely to win this leg, he'll still be frustrated not to put them 2 darts away. It's a great feeling, an 11 or 12 dart. You know you're playing well when you're only having 4 visits to a leg.
60.
So you want to put this one to bed.
Darryl Pilgrim, 8.
For Colin Osborne, he's already thinking of leg 4.
It's a good job because it is leg 4 coming up.
Pilgrim.
I think he's adopted this nickname of Mr. P. And that
Fourth leg,
logo
Collins
that he's
who's
got
through
on the
first.
back, or the
Game on.
silhouette on the back of the shirt, I like it a lot. I think it's really original. Because if you look at his hairstyle and his beard, he's got a very individual look.
100.
And he's someone who has played on the PDC Pro Tour this year and played really well.
Yes, 100 averages against Andrew Gilden and Jamie Hughes. I mean, he's got the game. He's got the real scoring power. I mean, a couple of 180s in the last leg and finding the treble 20 bet again.
140.
Colin Osborne's probably getting just a little bit nervous now, but experience is key in darts. And this guy in your picture will not panic. That's so important. And if someone hits you with a left,
140.
reinforce them by hitting them with the right.
If you are tuning in for the first time and you don't know the format of Saturday night here in qualifying,
100.
it is 2 groups of 3. Each player gets 2 games. You must be in the top 2 of the mini table in your group to progress to the semi-finals. Whoever wins the group
45.
will play the runner-up of the other group. We will be live on Sporty Stuff TV in the UK from 10 p.m. for the semi-finals and final. Your qualification games, all 6 will be live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, so don't go anywhere. And if you are, you can take us with you.
Lovely leg of darts. You've just seen a little grimace there because that first
85.
dart, when you hit your 85 with the last dart,
121.
it's a nice feeling. When you hit that first one as sweet as he did, because We're Darryl seeing this dartboard right now. You've got to fancy this double 14.
93.
These are the shots that
131.
really hurt your opponent. It's not going to go, but just imagine the feeling for Ozzy had he hit it. Double 14 for Pilgrim, and it will be honours even.
28.
And we'll go into best of 3.
Yeah, the difference between 3-1 and 2-2 in a best of 7.
Game shot
This
of
is
the
a good quality
Darryl
contest. It took
Pilgrim.
a little time for him to wake up and start playing the darts that we've witnessed all week, but even in the averages stake, the scoreline is absolutely
Game
nothing
on.
to separate them. Is the fact that this man throwing first the deciding factor?
Osborne did not get a shot at a double in the last 2 legs.
84.
That's really important because when you've got that jump, you want to keep going. But unfortunately, Osborne regressed a little bit and Pilgrim sped up.
60.
Hence, Pilgrim shut him out. If he can do that again, all's good. There is a formula to qualifying through these groups. If you can win a game
121.
and have a positive leg difference after your first 2 games, you will qualify.
Yeah, I found it quite amusing that Matthew Edgar was actually telling the other 5
45.
exact scenario. I'd give nothing away, I was thinking as I walked through.
We go back to week 9 of qualifying where Lucas Wenig of Germany,
58.
he thought he was eliminated from the group. He was out of the building with his coat on, his backpack behind him. People had to go down the street and say, Lucas, you're through.
95.
He ended up winning the night.
I'm glad we're concentrating the darts now because the past half an hour I've just had to witness
58.
Paul Nicholson absolutely eating something that looked absolutely magnificent. He was eating it that I was even singing a song about a tortilla. Actually, it was more of a rap.
45.
Sorry, guys. Darryl Pilgrim, a 140 here would be nice. Just the timing when he gets it right, Paul. Look at this. A little raise of the eyebrow, but just the way the
140.
timing, just the way them darts are going, and they're going in with real authority now. This is impressive.
If Osborne is to lose this game, he would much rather
100.
lose it 4-3 than
Darryl
4-2 because the
40.
margins here on Saturday night are so fine. Pilgrim for 3 straight, needs 10s. Tricky 5s.
30.
Osborne gets a bonus opportunity. He couldn't take 1-3-1
156.
in the previous leg. Arguably, this is a little easier.
Yeah, there's 2 reasons why this leg's not over. One is 156 is very much in the grasp of Colin Osborne.
Game shot of the 5th
finish
leg,
that
Colin
is.
Osborne.
That is the highlight of the week so far. I talked about experience. I talked about composure. The real eye of the tiger. What's really interesting, there wasn't a lot of emotion
Sixth
after
leg,
it.
Colin
The
to
emotion,
throw
actually, if you
first.
watch that again, came from Darryl Pilgrim. Incredible
Game on.
moments.
Darryl right now will be feeling like Colin has hit him with a bat after a run-up because that was an unbelievable shot. Only world-class players can hit that shot in that moment.
125.
And don't you think for a second that Osborne is not a world-class player anymore?
When you look at people's attributes, Paul, Colin, like when he spoke to me for the 10 days, I think he stepped it up a notch tonight
100.
in the level of concentration and desire.
I had a little mini conversation with Colin earlier. I asked him one question, and I wanted to test him.
140.
Said to Colin, how many times have you won on a Saturday night with us the last couple of years? And he looked at me quite quizzically as if to say, I'm not sure. And I said,
60.
it's 4 times, isn't it? And then he looked at me and he just peered around the corner and he said, it's going to be 5 by the end of the night.
In such a tough group as over right now.
140.
Man, I'm getting a little bit of goosebumps here watching because he's just gone up a couple of notches now. You know, this guy was a favourite with the bookies, with the commentators for many reasons. Colin Osborne
79.
just shrugs that aside and says,
96.
hey boys, don't forget about me. It's 96 for the match.
Good song that, Don't Forget About Me by Silton Wines. 88.
88.
And Pilgrim can't pounce on 262. Just how much is he going to rue missing tops, 10s and 5s in the previous leg? He was in such a comfortable position
84.
to take a 3-2 lead,
Colin
and now
Osborne,
he's on the
8.
cusp of losing his first qualifying game here in the Week 12 finals. Osborne needs to go high on the 4s and low on the 2s.
6.
And he's in the madhouse.
I'm just thinking, when he was going for 2s there, I don't want to leave double one. Looking at that 178, did he even potentially think of busting? Now, all of a sudden, Darryl Pilgrim knows that this match is not over.
138.
Anybody who's played darts, double one for the match
Colin
is not easy,
Osborne,
because
2.
the fear is hitting the big one.
And he gets them to land flat these days. This is a difficult shot. Must go left.
Game
Wonderful
shot
hit from
and the
Osborne.
match, Colin
A
Osborne.
huge step in the right direction. He's not qualified yet after that first match, but he's just given himself a really good chance of being in the final stages of the Week 12 finals. Look at how fast he's going off the stage. Amazing stuff. He's pumped up, and we are too. First, it's Osborne 4, Pilgrim 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is wizardry in motion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as Colin Osborne gets his campaign off and running in perfect style, getting the better of the favourite to go on and win the night in Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2. It was an even affair, nip and tuck all the way. 85.86 average for Osborne in that one, 4 out of 11 on the doubles and a 156 high checkout, which means that Colin Osborne is in pole position following the first game here in Group 1. Well, we're going to get Group 2 underway now. It's going to see the battle between Matthew, Edgar and Jim McEwan. Edgar, who we're used to having here on a Saturday night at the Super Series, but in that punditry capacity. But he's very much playing on the stage against a man who knows exactly what it's like to seal Saturday night success here in Jim McEwan. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to assess their chances ahead of the big game. Well, Matt, Edgar, the player on this stage, how did you actually find it throwing the darts on here?
As weird as this conversation is for me, actually, because normally you're asking me questions about other people, and now I've got to stand and answer some about myself. It was actually really good. I really enjoyed the experience, and I think that was coming through as well in sort of the play and how I played and how I sort of grew into the experience. I think it was safe to say I popped my head into commentary after the first game, and I was like, oh, getting a bit nervous during that one. But after that first game, I sort of really settled into it. I've really embraced and enjoyed the experience.
Has this exceeded your expectations in terms of the playing side of things?
Yes and no. I'll say yes because I came in here with pretty much no expectations, but just because I'm speaking from the body, when I start speaking from the mind and from the heart, I want to win this. So yes, it's exceeded expectations, but at the same time, still plenty more to go.
A week ago, you nearly thought about putting the darts away, putting it in the bin. You were almost finished with the sport from a playing capacity. Now, a week later, you could win £5,000 and a spot at Champions Week. It's amazing what a week can do in darts.
Sport, isn't it? Welcome to life. You know, if you let it beat you when you're down, you'll stay down. And I was down, and I reached out to a good friend, and I literally said I was finished. I put that in the text message, and he gave me a bit of a pep talk, and we had a bit of a chat, and he's like, well, if this is it for you, he's like, why are you just going to lay down and let it happen? At least go out with a bit of a fight. And we stand here a week later after winning the Iceland Masters Championship last week, winning Group B here just yesterday. Who knows what could happen? I don't know. There's no point in asking me.
Well, we look forward to watching you play tonight, Matt. Good luck.
Cheers, everyone.
Jim, welcome back to finals night here at the Super Series. How would you assess your 5 days here?
Not good. I've struggled a bit. I always come into the week with 3 goals. The first one is top 3 in Group A. Second one is get through to Saturday, and obviously the third one to win. But I've struggled a bit. But I like a Saturday night.
What do you put that down to in your mind?
Not sure really. They go or they don't go. Henry, it's just the way it is. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You're used to this Saturday night environment. You've obviously won a week here. You've won numerous weeks in Southampton, so you know what this Saturday night kick is all about.
Yeah, it's so good to be here on a Saturday night. It gets you up and going again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Could be some weird synergy because you won the first week of the last series and now into the last week of this series. It could be potentially, if you're successful tonight, two completely differentiating routes to Champions Week.
Yeah, well, the last time I had a 12-week wait. This time I've had a 12-week wait again. I don't know. It's a weird one. Obviously, I'd like to come more often, but it's the way it is.
Well, we love having you here, and we're looking forward to watching you play tonight. Jim, good luck.
Thanks, Paul.
Well, here's a line I never expected to say on telly. Chucky is taking on a vlogger in a televised darts match, which could later on this evening be worth £5,000. It is Jim McEwan up against Matthew Edgar. It is our second game of the evening session, and it's going to be described in the company of Paul Nicholson and Glenn Dunt.
Thank you so much, Henry. I think first and foremost, I'm going to try and assess them interviews first of all. In your picture there is Matthew Edgar, who topped Group B. Didn't he seem enthusiastic, Paul? Really up for it, delighted to be here. And you could just feel that in his voice. Buoyant, bouncy, enthusiastic. And then a real legend of the MODUS Super Series, a real grinder in Jim McEwan. But the body language and the ways to his answers, I think I just raised my eyebrows a little bit. And, you know, if it went on the interviews, I would say it'd be a big win for Matthew Edgar. But they've played twice already this week. It's 1-1. So it'll be a very, very tight game, I'm sure. But just to get off the mark in your first game on a Saturday
First
night is
leg,
really
Matthew
important, I
to
guess, Paul.
throw first.
Just as
Game on.
Colin Osborne. He started with a bang against Darryl Pilgrim. But we now turn our attention to Group 2, which has these two.
140.
Edgar was really keen to try and get his second 180 of the week and his first of the night with his first visit. But Justin Smith is involved in this group. We will see him for the first time in Game 4 against McEwan. Now, there's one thing I didn't
42.
mention earlier on in Game 1. If you win both your games, you will win the group. And that is what we call Easy Street.
62.
It means that you will be throwing first in the semi-finals as well. So when it comes to all of the intricacies of qualifying for the semis, just forget all of that. Just win both your games.
The MODUS Super Series is
99.
£5,000 to the winner to the night. And then next week in Champions Week, £20,000. I said to Matthew, I said, what would you do with that £25,000? And the incredible answer you give me is, I'd buy a toy. I said, but you're a grown man, Matthew. He said, have you never collected toys, Glenn? I went, well, I used to collect Russian dolls, but I soon found out they were all full of themselves.
It's almost like you were
140.
segueing into a 180 there, where the treble 20 would be full of darts.
99.
Let me down, basically. But a great start again for Matthew Edgar. Every time he's had a question this week, he's had an answer. And he'll be absolutely delighted. It's not about me at all. I'm just trying to put to you the mind that when you think you're finished and all of a sudden you find that
100.
second wind,
Matthew Require 104.
it must be an amazing feeling, because I'm still searching for that right now. And for this guy to think his career was over last week,
96.
and here he is 8 points away
Jimmy
from taking
Require
the first leg against Jim
120.
McEwan here. But with Jim being a tops man, 120 is very gettable.
Especially now. As he goes for tops. To take an early break.
100.
And that was a bit hooky on the old
Matthew
shoulder
Require
department.
8.
You saw it. He felt it. And now he could feel something else. As Edgar takes the lead in 17 darts. He's played the fewest games this week out of everybody here tonight. Only 8 games.
Second leg,
But he
Jim
has
to throw first.
won 6 of
Game
them.
on.
That's a really good hit rate. Whereas McEwan has played 15 more. That has to be a factor when you consider that Jim, 20 years older.
140.
You know, you'd be delighted with them 3 darts there, because that was Jim McEwan at his best. The big worrying one when he won the tops there.
100.
I thought he was on strictly for a second and was doing a cha-cha-cha, because everything sort of moved, and that's the importance of this Saturday. It's that importance of the first game and getting them 2 points. He looks in good nick. I sort of studied him all week, because I don't think he's 100% happy with his game. I think if he watches any of these games back, he'll realise that he's very, very close to being back to his best.
We were looking at some stats earlier tonight,
60.
and we saw that McEwan played really well on Wednesday, and he averaged over 93 for 5 matches. And in fact, his Wednesday stats were only bettered by Darryl Pilgrim's Tuesday stats. So he has got that hot spell in him, but it's a question of what he can find. First 180 of the game goes to Chucky.
My co-commentator on the day, Henry Deacon, felt like he was going to do that on the Tuesday.
81.
He doesn't often have 2 average days here at the MODUS Super Series, but on Wednesday he was lightning. This is for an 11 darter. Surely, after that marker, that is superb leg of dart. He's thrown 1 bad dart today. That was possibly the most important for him when he was going for double top, but to bounce back from
Third leg, Matthew
12
to
darter.
throw first.
Penny for your thoughts, Matthew Edgar.
Well, let's just look a little bit deeper into the performance levels of Jim over the last couple of days.
100.
Over 93 for the day on Wednesday. Over the course of Group Group B over the last couple of nights, his average was under 85. So he has dipped,
83.
but he's still here. That's the most important thing. But if he plays at that Group B level, he doesn't win tonight.
45.
I think it's stepping stones for Matthew at the moment. I think he's just delighted to be here. Maybe the numbers will come back, because he's hammered 100 average plus. He's a professional dart player in the PDC. He's an exceptional player. He's on the comeback now after a very difficult injury that could have ended his career in the sport. So I don't think the fact numbers will come too much into it. I think now it's just about
60.
stepping stones. And the fact he won Group B, the fact he's put on a good show already on Saturday night, they're all just ticks in the boxes.
You've got to have patience when you play Jim. That is very well known.
81.
One thing Edgar does do is he delivers his darts very quickly, but he is a master of the mind. And when it comes to that side of the game, I think there are 2 players tonight who've got it completely won over everybody else, Osborne and Edgar. I think they're the strongest mental players here.
That's interesting. Here's a question for you, Paul. Now, I would love to play Jim McEwan rather than Ricky Evans. What would be your preference?
Jim, I'd much rather take my time and have time to process instead of being told that it's my turn by a whirlwind of a player.
My answer for Matthew Edgar, I think he would rather
55.
play Ricky Evans. So one of the challenges, one of the battles that you have is with Jim McEwan. So when you talk about being strong in the mind, I think that's what you need when you play someone. It was a strength for me. I knew I was a fairly slow player, as once again, Jim looks at tops.
94.
Well, just keep
Matthew
tabs on
140.
where he misses tops, if he keeps missing it, because both so far have been low. That was a better effort than the previous
100.
one, but I stress that he cannot miss
20.
this, because Edgar won't miss his.
I'm looking at the body movement more than anything. That
Jim
is solid, crisp
McEwan.
and clinical. No need to be lucky for Chucky tonight, because it's really solid stuff. Matthew
Fourth leg,
Edgar's just
Jim to
processing.
throw first.
The word that my co-commentator just used yesterday, said strong in the mind. He's just putting his strategy together. He's not going to panic. He's absolutely to be delighted to be there. He's even got a fan in the audience. That's how bad things are for me tonight. Matthew Edgar has got someone in there with a Matthew Edgar shirt on. There she is, right in the front, in the middle.
It's one of his old shirts. You may have to get one of the new shirts
60.
that he is donning tonight.
Tried to sell me a set of darts this week.
I take it you said no.
Yes.
Yes, you said no. Or yes, you actually said yes.
No, I said yes. Hang on, I'm confused myself. I think I've bought a set now.
85.
Don't worry, there's no contract, verbal or written. But one thing's for sure, he's got to ink his name on a leg very soon, Matt, because the last thing you want to do is let Jim
100.
McEwan front run.
Yeah, when I left last night, I had some strange messages last night. Richie Parkin did work in Dracula's experience. After all that hard work we did last night, the messages, not about Matthew winning the group or Richie Parkin playing better.
140.
Just telling me that Richie Parkin used to work in Whitby in Dracula's experience. But right now, Matthew Edgar,
99.
the fangs are out, and he's desperate to make this 2-2.
New school counters would use the 19 and the 25 here if needed. He now has to go to the 20s because the single leaves 170. 60 gets him a little bit lower. Good awareness
61.
from Jim. Edgar must get on a finish here, you feel. Otherwise, he's being left behind, averaging around 84.
59.
And
Jim, you require
for the week,
170.
he's around 86.
Yeah, going dry there was if anything, he needed a couple of trebles. Advantage McEwan.
60.
But still all to play for. 183. I used to go on the 19s on 183, but he's singing that treble 20 good. He's feeling confident. He needs a treble now.
60. Jim, you require
Hence the reason he's
110.
walking like that. I believe he's thinking he's thrown nicely. His timing feels good. He feels good. He's just not going in the dedicated target. But this mate, he's gone low twice on tops with one dart.
Game's on the fourth
dart.
leg. Jim McEwan.
Once again, we haven't had the headlines haven't been with Jim McEwan. Off air, me and Paul have been talking about that. The fact that maybe he'll enjoy that.
Fifth leg,
Even
Matthew
when we looked
to
at the
throw
odds with the
first.
bookies, Jim McEwan, he was
Game
still a
on.
rightful second favourite, so the bookies haven't forgot how good he is. He's just beginning to turn the screw. Interesting times for Jim McEwan.
We're talking about a player who is very
60.
comfortable at this sort of level. 97.5 is a good average to be finding at this stage of the week. His experience here has got to count for something. He's won here
100.
before. He's won in this format multiple times. There aren't many better players in this format over the
100.
last 2 years. You talk about Josh Payne last year. He never failed to make a Saturday night every time he was here for qualifying. That is an astonishing achievement. He's on the PDC Pro Tour now. But it was this man that stopped
85.
Josh Payne on a few occasions.
Yeah, the MODUS Super Series has been a springboard to many players now going into the
59.
professional ranks. It is the biggest amateur title out there right now. Be eyes on the prize for tonight, $5 grand. And then joining a fantastic 11 players in next week. We're all getting excited. One of them, there's no real big
100.
favourite. Luke Little will probably get the headlines of the players there next week, but I think I've changed my mind 3 times when asked who's going to win it.
99.
Matthew Edgar would love to be there.
Plenty of protagonists and plenty of chatter as well on Sunday, when everybody will think, who's going to lift that check in 6 days? The only place to find out will be the YouTube channel for MODUS Super Series.
100.
Be sure to hit that notification bell and subscribe if you can, and you won't miss a dart. And you can watch live on Sporty Stuff TV as well.
59.
And that's where
Jim, you require
we'll see that check
116.
hoisted in just over a week. Speaking of hoisting, Chucky is looking to hoist his chances of the semi-finals by hitting this 116. And he doesn't get a shot at tops this time, so Edgar has got a lifeline.
Hey, look at the 18s bed now.
56.
He's left a 2-darter.
Matthew, you require
Matthew Edgar,
124.
1, 2, 4, 1. Frighten him too much because it's just one treble. Treble needs to be treble 18. Jim McEwan, as you can just see
56.
there. Now he's just going to the hockey,
Jim, you
going through his
require
process.
60.
A nice first straight dart in the 20 bed. 2 darts at his beloved tops. He's hit it already. The double 10.
50. Matthew Roy, 68.
Well. Edgar thought he was done in this game, and he would have been severely behind the 8 ball had McEwan hit that. This must go. And it does.
Of the 5th leg, Matthew Edgar.
He's a fighter. He is an ex-professional wrestler as well. So when you get him on the mat, and it's a count of 2, he will put that shoulder up if he can.
6th leg, Jim to throw first.
I thought you said wrestler then.
Game on.
I did say wrestler. He once told me a story that made me very jealous of him. And we were talking about professional wrestling, things like WrestleMania and WWE stuff. And he knew I was a big fan of
100.
CM Punk. And he said, do you know what? When I was doing an indie show a few years ago, I was on the same bill as him. And I thought, you were on the same
41.
bill as CM Punk as a wrestler. Now, he's done a lot in his career, has Matt. As a professional football coach, as a YouTuber, as a professional dart player, but that has got to be his claim to fame.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he comes in the comms box tonight, I'm going to clothesline him and say,
100.
if you smell what Duzzer is cooking, get out.
140.
I did something quite funny on with him with the PDCB prior, and I had to name 20 wrestlers in 30 seconds. Guess what my first one was?
I'm going to say it wasn't King Kong Bundy.
140.
Pretty close. He was number 2, Big Daddy, and I got away with it. Another quality leg of
100.
darts. Just big
Jimmy
respect for Jim
Roy,
McEwan. Like I said, he hasn't
161.
been on my lips too much this week. In fact, we've been taught about how he's gone under the radar, and it's not often we've said that about Jim at the MODUS Super Series. Usually when he's here, we're talking an awful lot about him because he's a big, big favourite. I get the feeling he's just trying to prove me and others wrong. Quite enjoying that
57.
underdog status.
I don't like that last start, you know. If Edgar gets a good score here, what Jim just did was a mistake.
60.
And it's something that you
Junior
do see
Horror
from more
104.
seasoned players. That they don't use the bull in 25 to leave the 2 darter. They stay in 3 dart range. And he doesn't get a shot at it. That is the thing about not using the 25. Leave yourself something like 96 or 97.
48. Matthew
Some
Roy,
great
160.
moments this week. The 156 from Colin Osborne in the last one has been the highlight of the week. This would match it, but not on this occasion. All he can do is set it up, and that's exactly what he's done.
96.
Not so sure about that last
Jimmy
dart
Roy,
there, but
56.
it's 56. So you would argue he's going to have 2 darts at his beloved tops.
Let's see what he can do as he gets another shot for the match. 10s again. Edgar is
36.
still alive here, and now we'll find out whether going for 16s on 80
64.
was a prudent thing to do.
Yes, leg 1, Jim. There's a bit of body movement on his tops. He's missed darts in leg 4. He's missed darts to win the match.
40.
And that, believe it or not, was for double 16.
That came out of the cannon
Jimmy
with some extra
Roy,
gunpowder.
20.
There's just some excitement in that body. He needs to manage that. But it may be a little bit too little, too late. That's the perfect marker. He just moves across to widen the bed. And
Game,
it's 2
shot,
big
and the
points
match,
for Jim
Jim
McEwan.
McEwan.
What you have to say was a high-quality game, a great contest, played in fantastic spirit like all games are. Matthew Edgar just be looking back and trying to maybe take those 60s into 100s. But still plenty to play for him. He's got a big game coming up against Justin Smith later, but for Jim McEwan, it's a great, great start. And next up, we see the returning Colin Osborne against the Super Swede, Andreas Harrysson.
Very warm welcome back here to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwan has got his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Matthew Edgar by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with a solid 90 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, a high 110 high checkout. It's just granite stuff, isn't it, from the Scot, really, as McEwan gets the better of Edgar by 4 legs to 2. So that is the first game in Group 2. Our second game in Group 1 is going to get underway very shortly. But before we do that, remember the players here tonight are playing for the final spot at Champions Week, which starts on Monday morning, 9:30 start here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. One final space ready to be filled. That's going to take place this evening. And these are the players that the winner tonight is going to join. Well, the process began all the way back in February. It was John Worsley who picked up the first weekly title. He got the better of Andy Hamilton in the final by 4 legs to 3. Underground, overground, wobbling free in week number 1. There was Owen Bates who took the glory in week 2. He got the better of Leonard Gates in the final. Gates who missed match starts in 2 different legs. As of week 3, it was the Cobra who struck gold, yet a Klassen picking up the title, getting the better of Jack Main in a last leg decider. As of week 4, it was Taylor who took the title. Not that we've heard that once or twice before. He got the better of Andy Bolton. He shuts out the X Factor. No juicy jiggle there. Mike Warburton was the winner in week 5. He got the better of the 9 dart man, Conor Heenahan, in the final. Just look at what it meant on the face of the Welshman. Matt Clark became the first player to make it through to back-to-back Champions Weeks, getting the better of Robert Thornton in the final by 4 legs to 2. Superman just has something about the Super Series stage. As for week 7, it was simply Steve West's title. He got the better of Fallon Sherrick in a 4-1 victory in the final. We're going to be seeing him here under this roof come Monday morning. Look at what it means to him. Week 8 was a happy week for happy feet. Justin Hood claiming the glory, beating the highly impressive Jacob Taylor in the final by 4 legs to 0. It was a high-quality week. One of the best we've ever seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the MODUS Super Series. Have a look at that for an embrace. As for week 9, it was Lucas Vennick who got himself into the winners' enclosure. He got the better of John Henderson in the final by 4 legs to 2. That was another high-quality affair. But perhaps the story of the series so far has to be that of Luke Littler, the 16-year-old making it through the Champions Week on debut, doing so with an average of 109.31 in the final. And you can see what it meant to him. Talking about sheer emotion, it was an emotional scene here this time last week as Mike Gillett picked up the title. He got the better Cam Crabtree in the final by 4 legs to 3. The man from these Hampshire shores is going to be through to Champions Week next week. Can he pick up the prize? So that is who tonight's winner is going to join at Champions Week. Reminder, we begin at 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel on Monday morning. 104 games will decide who is going to pick up £20,000, but most importantly of all, hold the title of MODUS Super Series champion. And you can be here next Saturday night if you like. A very small number of tickets are still available for the red carpet occasion. Head over to dartshop.tv or scan the QR code, which will be available throughout the course of our games as well during the evening. Right, let's get into our third game of the evening session now, shall we? It's going to be a return to the stage for Colin Osborne. Now, he won the first game of the evening by 4 legs to 2, defeating Darryl Pilgrim, the man charged to be the favourite to make his way through to Champions Week. He takes on Andreas Harrysson, the Super Swede, who made it through Group B. But who's going to win this crucial encounter? Let's find out with Glenn and Paul.
Thank you so much, Henry. And there's the guy in your pitch who couldn't wait to get off the stage. after that sensational 1-5-6 finish. It was absolutely sublime right at the moment when Darryl Pilgrim was really taking control, and after missing 3 darts at a double. And there's Andreas Harrysson from Målilla in the outback of Sweden, a fascinating character. He's here with his wife Petra this week, and he's absolutely delighted to be here on Saturday night. Why? Because last time he was here at the MODUS Super Series, he had a dart at double 16 that just hit the wire, meaning he didn't make the Saturday night. And his words, he was heartbroken. But the ascendancy, Paul, surely is with the Teesside tungsten tosser. Colin Osborne was absolutely brilliant in that first match.
That 1-5-6 finish, it changed the game because Pilgrim had him on toast. He just forgot the knife. Forgot the butter as well. And Osborne's going to have his tail up, because when it comes to this match, if Osborne wants to be part of the semi-finals, he doesn't have to win this game. He can lose 4-3 and be safe. He knows the formula. He's been here before. But what he wants is to be undefeated tonight, and that's exactly what he did in the early weeks of qualifying in the previous Super Series. So, 2 wins in the group,
85.
4 points, move on, and because he's in Group 1, he could prospectively play in the first semi-final.
It just looks like he's thrown with authority 95. Right now. Some of his darts this week maybe weren't going into the borders as assured as they are right now. Andreas Harrysson, fascinating. You won't get an awful lot from him. That little shake 95. Of the head that you see there. You may see the occasional fist pump, but he doesn't give an awful lot away. In fact, one of his real attributes is the fact he just keeps his emotions to himself. He just stands in the same place. He watches every dart thrown and then does his own
100.
thing.
In the same sort of way as Jim McEwan, because Harrysson has played 23 games this week, the same as Jim. His performance level in Group A was a little bit better than his performance in Group B, but he's still here. And we saw what McEwan did when he plays his first game in Group 2. So maybe me saying that the 41. Elder statesman
Andreas,
who have played more
100.
games maybe at a disadvantage, maybe they can see it as an advantage that they're more battle-hardened. No 2 double tops for Andreas.
40.
And only 1 needed for Osborne to take the lead.
He's been really deadly on this double tops, but when he's had only 2 darts in his hand, i.e. setting up with a big number first, it's always a little bit different when you've got 3 darts in your hand. And he'd be absolutely over them with that double 10. Just to go 1-0 up, he's been hitting the double tops, and if he can start doing that combination of hitting his tops and 10s, it can make him really go far tonight. He just looks in the mood. Here's a question for you, Paul, or more of a practical one. Try and pronounce Mr. Harryson's first name.
90.
I'd do it the same way as that Dwayne Johnson movie. Andreas, like San Andreas.
Incorrect. Gustav. Because many Scandinavians, they use their middle name as their first name. So he's actually called Gustav Andreas Harrysson. And remember Dennis Nielsen?
Yep.
Dennis Nielsen is actually Bjorn Arne.
100.
Bjorn Arne Dennis Nielsen. It's a very Scandinavian thing. So, yeah, it's actually Gustav. His nickname is Dida. And like I said, he can give you some stare when you walk through the players area, but just a gentle giant, and would love to get to the semis, and it would be great for him to stay another week.
100.
I can't imagine a return flight to Sweden is cheap, so he wants to make the most of being here. Now, they are financially compensated for making Saturday night.
100.
But the further you go, that compensation grows. £1,250 if you can get to the semi-finals. Double that if you make the final, and double it again
100.
if you win the whole thing. And then the possibility of next week again.
Something else I learned this week as well. 111 is the unlucky number in cricket. The Nelson.
Yeah, there used to be a really famous umpire who would skip and jump at fine leg or at square leg. when that number would come up on the big scoreboard. He would do it every time. It was 3 ones, 3 2s, 3 3s, or so on and so on. I'm sure he hated that record innings of Graham Gooch back in 1990, which was 333.
43. Colin, you require 101.
Touch disappointed with that setup. 68's not a gimme. He really should be leaving it a little bit closer because Colin is in the mood. Colin has 1 dart at tops. Osborne is 2-0 up.
Osborne.
Clinical. This is impressive, Paul.
Doesn't look like he's in the mood for dancing. I think he's in the mood for darting.
Just to think, in game 3 of the night,
Third leg, Colin to throw
Norwich
first.
potentially is going to be in semi-final. That must be a
Game
good
on.
thing. When consider that Justin Smith hasn't even played a game yet. There you go, boys. Hold me court. See you in the semi-finals.
Would have a bit of a break between this game and the semi-finals, potentially. But that
80.
might be a nice thing for him to have if he was to win this match. And you might be thinking, if you're just tuning in for the first time, what happens to Harrysson and what happens to Pilgrim
100.
if Osborne does win both of his group games? It will be a shootout between Harrysson and Pilgrim to see who gets the second spot. Whoever loses would be out and wouldn't throw another dart
140.
tonight.
And as a neutral, Paul, that's what we love. Yeah, I love this camera angle. You can just see the trajectory of the dart. Exactly what you see as a player. And that's the perfect timing for the perfect camera shot.
It really was. There is another scenario that we need to make everybody aware of because it's still possible in this group.
95.
For now, it might not be shortly, but if all 3 players win by the same margin and they all have 2 points, a 9-dart
100.
shootout would ensue. And for that to happen, Harrysson would need to win the next 4 legs to make sure that Osborne stays on an even leg difference and 2 points.
60. Andreas, you
You
require
can see with that camera how flatter
121.
the dart goes in for Colin. Big difference in the height of the players, the design of the barrel. It's double 14 for the Super Swede.
93.
You'll see
Colin, you require
Osborne
126.
go down on the 19s on 126 because 4 of them leaves the bull.
This is to qualify for the semi-finals. Bullseye.
92.
Didn't like that at all.
Andreas, you require
That was
28.
well wide. And if a cricket umpire was on this stage, he'd be putting both arms out wide. Double 7.
14.
And Osborne has got an option here.
Colin,
can
you
go for
require
17s if he wishes.
34.
Just how aggressive does he want to be?
I think he'll split. Now, I haven't seen him go for double 16 yet. There's 14 double 10 a good shout, and that's what he's thinking right now. And you're fighting with shout. Should I go for double 17? And if you get it or you miss, you're thinking, why didn't I? What if maybe? But he'll decide right now. I don't know if that's the right decision.
Game
Certainly
shot of
was.
third leg,
Done it wrong
Colin
again.
Osborne.
Done it nil. Osborne won, and Osborne is through to semi-final stage. He'll be over the moon with that to do it so quickly.
Fourth leg,
We
Andreas
are not
to
even
throw
completed
first. Game on.
when it comes to game 3, and Osborne's already the first person through. This is a commanding qualification process. He'll have 4
100.
chances in this match of having maximum points to go into the semi-finals. He knows he's going to be there. He's been here before. He knows the formula. But he can relax now, and he can just play. And there's evidence that he is relaxing.
Yeah, and there's clear evidence also, and he's even beginning to enjoy himself now. And I tell you what, sometimes the game becomes ridiculously easy when you're relaxed.
100.
But this is not the player who played in Group C. At times he looked tensed. At times some of the angles of the darts are going in different. He's got his business head on tonight, and the T-sider is flying.
61.
We do have a 1 in 2 chance of getting someone joining the Matt Clark party tonight, because Matt Clark is the only player to have qualified for the previous Super Series Champions Week.
190.
3 players tonight are trying to do the same. Andreas Harrysson is pretty much on bonus street now.
100.
Whatever happens,
Andreas
he's going to have to beat
121.
Darryl Pilgrim in the next game. So this is a really good warm-up stretch going into that game. Double 18.
103.
It's 160 for Osborne
Colin, you
to
require
finish with a 4-0 win.
160.
He's had a 156. Not to be this time. Andreas Harrysson at the end of play yesterday started really messing about
60.
with his doubles. I wonder
Andreas,
if there's a
you
slight
require
hangover
18.
right now. He'll want to put this 18 to bed.
Game
Does
on the
exactly
four
that.
flag,
Andreas
Andreas
Harrysson, there's the
Harrysson.
obligatory fist pump. And like I said, that's the maximum you'll see from him. Even if he's lifting that $5,000 at the end of the night, I don't think you'll see too much
Fifth
emotion.
leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
We'll all be watching Paddington's Bar in Gothenburg. Got some great information from his manager. Oh, it sounds like it's big news in Sweden. They're all tuning in to watch him.
100.
For Colin Osborne, what a dream start.
£5,000 tonight
41.
in Swedish currency is roughly 65,000 Swedish krona. Interesting conversion rate.
It used to be a tenner was 100.
60.
So that's changed since I last went in 2016. It's a perfect dart for him. Below the bottom of the treble 20 bed is absolutely ideal for him.
100.
He has this real ability just to pop over the first dart. Colin, that's a real wide pull back. You could argue the throw was so
57.
smooth in 2008 or 9. And I remember sitting down with the Teesside Open this year, and he said, look, Glenn, don't think that your throw will just come back, or you may have to adjust a few things. I said, Glenn, it took me 5 years, but he said, I
60.
feel competitive again. I feel like I can win dart matches again. The MODUS Super Series would be absolutely massive in the career of Colin Osborne.
Harrysson is one of only 2 people who have not won a weekly
140.
title with us in the last couple of years. In the early days, we couldn't have anybody from overseas because of travel restrictions. This is not his first rodeo with us here in
140.
Portsmouth, but he'd
Colin
dearly love to
Osborne,
join the party of people
144.
who have got that weekly title. Still a long way to go tonight. But Aussie is in a very good position to get this one sewn up, possibly in the next 4 darts.
60. Andreas, you require 160.
This would be almost as good as that 156 from earlier. Situationally, probably not as big, but talent and execution-wise, it's a very similar shot.
78.
At least it was.
Game
Colin, you
5 of the
require
night
84.
whets the appetite. It'll be the return of Andreas Harrysson against Darryl Pilgrim in what is a straight shootout match. Just as we like it.
Bullseye,
Game,
and
shot,
Osborne wins
and
the
the
group
match, Colin
with 2
Osborne.
wins. And you can see from that facial expression that he was never going to give that up like Rick Astley. Wonderful stuff. But it's very simple in Group 1. When we have Game 5, it will be Harrysson versus Pilgrim to join Osborne in the semis. That one finishes Osborne 4, Harrysson 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osborne has sealed a 4-1 success up against Andreas Harrysson, which progresses his way through to the semi-finals come 10 o'clock. A high-quality affair. Colin Osborne, a 91.33 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles en route as well. Andreas Harrysson, a 93.74 average, 2 180s, and 1 out of 6 when it came to the doubles. So, Colin Osborne, he is now through to the semi-finals, come 10 p.m. here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As for the final game of Group 1 between Andreas Harrysson and Darryl Pilgrim, that is going to be a decider to see who seals that second spot through. Well, the middle game of Group 2 is going to see Jim McEwan in action up against Justin Smith. Now, McEwan got the better of Matthew Edgar by 4 legs to 2 in the opening game of that group. Pretty much the scenarios in both groups are quite similar here. So Justin Smith, who made it through to Champions League, both of these players made it through to Champions Week here in Series 2 at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Justin Smith looking to do likewise this time round, and earlier on this evening, I caught up with a bearded dragon. Justin, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. This feels like familiar territory for you.
Yeah, I've been here once or twice before, but managed to win one, didn't I? But yeah, I'm excited.
How much does that experience of the last series, winning a week here, stand you in good stead for this evening?
Yeah, obviously, being here before, you do have all that experience, especially with the crowd and stuff, but yeah, I get all the experience in the world, don't I?
How would you assess and mark your 2 days in Group C?
I don't want to think about it ever again. It was awful. I'm glad, obviously, to come through, but I'm quite surprised. I got a lot more to give, I think. But yeah, a few more gears left, and hopefully I can bring it to the board tonight. Can
tonight be a fresh start, because it's almost like a new competition starting this evening, that you can flick that switch and... Yeah, well, you've got to start again, like regroup yourself, and then, yeah, hopefully I can take it to the board this time and not be awful like the last time. You've had a taste of it before Champions Week. How much would you crave being back there?
Yeah, obviously we all want to be here, don't we? But yeah, hopefully I can give I can do a better job than last time. It was terrible last time, but you know, we got to regroup and start all over again.
Well, we hope the Justin Smith that we know turns up tonight. We look forward to watching you play.
Thank you. Cheers, bye.
Here we go then, it's the middle game here in Group 2 on Saturday night of the Super Series. It sees Jim McEwan in action up against Justin Smith. It's a first run out of the evening for the bearded dragon, whilst Jim McEwan is looking to make it 2 out of 2. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Glenn Dowen and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Well, if that's Justin Smith excited, I'd hate to see him on a downer, Paul. That's for sure, but very interesting character as the guy behind Jim. Justin, he's a phenomenal talent and really, really super player. And what might inspire him is that he spends a lot of time with Colin Osborne. They seem to be good friends. They mix with each other. And he will see what's happened with Colin Osborne tonight. That could be a real inspiration for him, because what you have with him is maybe someone with too much talent. He's looking around there when I'd love to see him really focused, really demonstrate some composure, because he'll throw a 180 effortlessly. And his opposites attract when he plays Jim McEwan, who has to focus and try with every dart. So it's a real clash of styles. And
first leg,
really
Jim to throw first. Game on.
Get your patient hat on again, Glenn, because this one is really interesting. Edgar couldn't take the pace when it came to Jim McEwan, who played pretty well. Averaged just
60.
over 90 in that win of 4 legs to 2. And he's in the same position as Osborne now. If he double dips in the win column, he will win Group 2. And then the final 2 games of qualifying will all be about who joins McEwan and Osborne potentially. But Justin Smith, the last person to start their campaign here on Saturday night, he did look
78.
Borderline too relaxed in that interview, but maybe interviews can sometimes be a little bit deceiving. They take
43.
place around an hour before someone can tow the oche at 7:30, and maybe they're just not switched on to their darting bubble yet. And for Justin's sake, I hope that is the case.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. He probably doesn't think I am with some of my commentary sometimes, but maybe sometimes give critique, because I think he's got an awful lot of talent. He's just, that throws lovely. It's really nice, but at times
60.
his mind goes elsewhere, and yeah, let's just say he went from a 70 average to
a mid-90 average. That's the sort of a range he's demonstrated only in the past 2 days. What you've got to do on the Saturday night is remain in the 90-plus average throughout.
Yeah, that's something he hasn't done this week.
134.
82.41 is average for 10 games in Group C. Maybe one of the reasons why he wasn't too pleased with the way he qualified, but
120.
still won the group.
Jimmy Roy, 89.
As far as situational pressure was concerned, he only had 1 or 2 blips.
I noticed he had a bounce out in his practice start, and he's had one already.
Game shot of the first
That
leg,
is
Jim
solid.
McEwan.
89 finish and 2 darts. It just sends a statement out to your opponent that you're feeling good. And once again, I reiterate, Jim
Second leg,
McEwan
Justin
is the
to
most
throw
improved
first.
player, in my
Game on.
opinion, from the group stages to tonight. He has looked real businesslike. He looks really focused, really determined.
44.
Maybe I written him off just a little bit too early.
After yesterday's session, it was around about 5:45 p.m. local time. And I walked through the practice
100.
room and I looked on one of the counters that is in there. And I saw a towel and I saw 3 darts.
60.
And it really made me think. And you might think, well, where's he going with this? I saw Justin Smith's equipment. And I thought, in my career, I never let my equipment out of my sight. Now, I may come from a slightly more paranoid
85.
generation of dart players. But Justin, very much trusting of the Group B competitors last night in leaving his equipment in the
100.
practice room, but he obviously wanted to leave work in place, and when he was out of here, he wanted to leave the darts alone. We'll find out over the next few hours whether that was the right thing to do.
Similar thing happened with Matt Edgar, and when he returned, I can assure you his darts without his flights were put in upside down. I wonder who did that.
Not guilty, Your Honour.
140.
Guilty, Your Honour. But right now, Jim McEwan is looking dynamite, but that's the one dart. He demonstrated that in the last match on a 120 finish. That's when his whole body goes into the throw.
Doesn't need that to continue.
Yeah, just as he was taking full control of this match, you can see Justin Smith behind is bouncing around.
6.
That is a great leave.
Justin Roy, 157.
A great leave, Jim. Good thinking. Good thinking.
If that goes, I'm retiring.
I said a little bit earlier in the week
99.
that if
Jimmy
he hit a
Roy,
finish, it would be a mic
170.
drop moment. This would be a mic push to the floor moment. I think that was a little bit too safe, Jim.
60. Justin Uruguay, 58.
It didn't look likely, and Smith should get himself back in this match with tops.
Game
Tens
shot of the
is
second leg,
good.
Justin Smith.
And we have potentially one of our tightest games of the night. We have not gone the distance
Third
yet.
leg, Jim to
2 games,
throw
4
first.
legs to 2,
Game on.
and 4-1 for Osborne against Harrison. There is a possibility, of course, that we might not have any games go the distance. That would be a rarity here on Saturday night.
Yeah, especially with me in the comms box. I remember one group,
81.
Paul, 15 games, and 14 of them were 4-3s.
Getting your money's worth.
Something's affecting him there. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's
100.
hasn't he got grip issues that you've noticed before, but something's just...
Yeah, it's something that came up in the previous Champions Week when he was in Group A and in Group C. He didn't qualify for the finale night, which was won by another Smith in Raymond. But throughout that week, he
95.
really struggled with the grip on his dart. And this week in Group C, I've noticed that the same mannerisms have come back. Wiping of the hand on the
100.
trousers or the dart shirt. And some people just do that out of habit. But some players do it because something isn't right.
What is right is Jim McEwan tonight. Just look at the eyes. If you ever want, when you're practicing and how do I do this? A lot of it can be in the eyes, the focus. And it is again. I don't know. I don't think it's the dart. I think it might be just something in the audience there. But what I would say is that
85.
when you're playing well,
Jimmy
Paul,
Roy,
you can have a brass band behind you
145.
and you can't hear it.
Amen to that.
I am telling you, that man doesn't hear anything right now. A clinking of a glass, someone talking. That man in your picture is in a different world, and it's a lovely feeling when you find that moment.
130.
Maybe too good for Jim there. He was trying to leave himself on that double top bed
60.
that he sees more than
Jimmy O'Hara,
most.
15.
But now, it's got to be a 3 or a 7. 7 it is for double 4. Is the lead his once again? Not
7.
yet.
Justin Smith,
Justin
best
O'Hara,
friend this week, and
156.
mentor, you could argue, was Colin Osborne. Colin Osborne had a moment tonight where a 156 finish changed the night.
100.
There was some fire in Dart
Jimmy
3, wasn't
O'Hara,
there?
8.
He was really unhappy with
Game
not
shot of
getting
the
a
third
shot at
leg,
double
Jim
18.
McEwan.
It's all a moot point now because McEwan has taken the lead again, and he's proving to be a thorn in the side
Fourth leg, Justin
of
to
everybody
throw
in
first.
Group 2.
Game on.
Who are we ever to doubt Jim McEwan? But then again, we haven't really doubted him.
60.
We're just painting the picture that this is a really strong Saturday night. I don't honestly remember, in the time that I've sat in a chair here in Portsmouth, a stronger Saturday night from form on paper.
45.
And by that I mean the amount of times that someone has already won in this format. We're talking about 10
95.
weekly titles won from the 6 players that we've got here tonight. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, there's 12 qualifying weeks, Paul. When would you like to qualify? Are we looking at an advantage of qualifying tonight? Because suddenly you could be playing for someone like Jim 10 days on the spin.
Somewhere in the middle.
134.
That's a personal preference for me, because if you were to qualify in, say, week 5 or 6, you could go out and practice and play in
100.
tournaments at your leisure and get yourself in the sort of sharpness and freshness that you need. Now, if you look at Raymond Smith and Conan Whitehead, they were somewhere in the middle. John Henderson won week 12 in the previous Super Series, and by the end of
135.
the Champions Week, he was ready to go to sleep and maybe go into forced coma for about 10 days. He was so tired.
60.
I think the ideal time to qualify is any time, as long as you can handle 2 weeks back to back. That is going to be something that someone from this group will have to handle.
$96.
That'll have to do. Smith has got to join him in the 2-dart range. Ideal number here, 170. Again, he's very stubborn on that treble
60.
20 bed, and he's
Jimmy
hit more
O'Hara,
small
91.
20s over the
Yes.
last couple of days than anybody.
Oh, that's what you're going to say there. He's dipping low, and usually that's when you feel intention, but you get the feeling with someone like Justin Smith. He doesn't often feel it, but he wouldn't be human if he didn't.
51.
This 126 is
Justin
massive.
O'Hara,
Massive, because
126.
2-2, 3-1, different league, and a bit to 7.
It's another blocker. He can't find his way past it. And on nights like tonight, you
46.
can't leave McEwan on tops.
Jimmy O'Hara,
It's not
40.
that he's hitting tops all the time. It's the fact that he's got 3 darts to convert 40.
Game shot of the
3-1
fourth
up
leg, Jim
and 1 leg
McEwan.
away from winning this group with 2 wins. Now, his leg difference
Fifth leg,
was exactly
Justin
the
to
same
throw
as
first.
Colin Osborne's coming
Check,
into the
sorry,
second match.
Jim to throw first.
He now has 3 legs in
Game
the bank,
on.
which means that Chucky is guaranteed to be in the semi-finals.
Meaning 2 straight shootouts. Andreas Harrysson against Darryl Pilgrim. Justin Smith
140.
against Matthew Edgar. For us commentators, that makes things very, very easy.
100.
Somebody put the abacus away. We can save it for next week.
He's upstairs on the balcony.
I didn't know Henry's second name was Abacus.
60.
How many people thought that Jim McEwan was going to win Group 2? For some reason, I had this feeling
100.
that Justin Smith was going to turn up tonight. And maybe I'm biased about when I saw him here play against Martin Adams in a final and he beat Wolfie, one of the greatest players of all time. You think when someone's done that previously in the last 3 months,
85.
that when they come back here, they will just turn that on again. It hasn't happened so far.
I will say this though, Paul, it's not the end of the world for him right now. A straight
128.
shootout is something he can win that game, no problem. He's not now relying on others, which can be scenarios sometimes. And will he feel comfortable with the pace of Matthew Edgar? Yes. Will we see the best of him? But I'm just sort of playing with the permutations here. We could be
81.
looking at a semi-final then of Justin Smith versus Colin Osborne.
Do you know what as well? You asked me about which week I'd like to qualify if I was to get the Champions Week.
137.
If I had the choice
Jim, you require
of where I'd play on a Saturday night,
135.
it would be in Justin Smith's position. Because even if he loses his first game, he knows that if he wins the next one, he's going to be in. This is a freebie for him.
Just making Justin. He sort of looks away, Justin, and that's where I wouldn't have. I just stayed in my position.
70.
Stayed fully focused and don't
Justin,
take
you
your eyes at
require
the double 18
36.
as you walk to the board. He's still right in this match. Justin Smith is the type of player can ping this.
Game short of the
and
fifth
go
leg,
11-11.
Justin
That's
Smith.
how good, that's how talented the boy is. A nice breaker throw.
Sixth leg, Justin
That was gonna be a
to
tough
throw
ask at
first.
3-1 because
Game on.
breaking that man in your picture twice and holding your own throw made him a big, big outsider.
60.
I'm getting the feeling that Justin is not the kind of player who leaves us and then watches all of his games, because some of the things that we've talked about with him, he doesn't tend to change his game plan.
140.
We've tried to give him some tips over the last year when he played in Southampton, and he had a campaign
121.
over a couple of nights, and he was so much better than everybody else. It wasn't even funny. He was so much better than everybody else. Head and shoulders, and then he had a family emergency and had to go home and couldn't play on the Saturday. And we all thought, that is such
60.
a shame because of how he played on the Thursday and Friday, because I guarantee you, if he turned up on the Saturday, he was winning. He was going to win it.
140.
He has set that record straight by winning in the previous Super Series. So he's on an even keel with that now. His average is up to 89, but that has climbed in the last couple of legs by 6 points.
Yeah, he's just showing signs there of continuous improvement. Like I said, sometimes the challenges against Jim is a word that Paul's used a couple of times. Like you've got to be patient. He's going to dictate the pace. There it is. He's dropping under that treble 20 bed, but this time
100.
that transition above. And there's a little nod of the head of appreciation. That's what I like to see. What I call internal motivation. Setting your own boundaries up there. Setting your own targets. That's the perfect target for Jim McEwan.
What a time to get a maximum.
180.
Not of approval from the
Justin,
bearded
you
dragon,
require
but
80.
I assure you he did not want to hear that call from our Irish referee. This is to keep the match alive. He needs to climb down to double 10 and
Sixth
can.
leg, Justin
He could still
Smith.
win this game.
Oh, that's the bit I don't like. The shake of the hair. I like the, do a little fist pump at the end.
Seventh
Paul
and
Nicholson
final
would have done that in his
leg,
prime,
Jim
that's for sure.
Roper.
He'd have been
Absolute
back.
Game on.
Focus.
Not a chance. I would have given it large to the camera and then I would have turned around. No eye contact. Bring on leg 7. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd have bowed. That's it. Matthew Edgar, are you watching?
Hang on, Glenn. I'm sure
60.
at some point you would have maybe given us a little bit of the does-er shuffle.
Aye. Hey, I'll tell you what, if I do play in the Series 4 or Series 5,
81.
the shuffle will come out if I get to 180. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's a perfect first start for Jim. He can be really, really aggressive by hitting the flights now.
140.
Jicks. very easy as a commentator sometimes, but you can even begin to work out where in the treble 20 some players like Andreas Harrysson, we mentioned earlier, we liked it just at the below the treble 20. That one there for Jim. He's taken full control of this leg because he had the darts and he's 75 clear. And in your mind, you'll be thinking that's 135 clear, 155. What it means 85. Now is Justin Smith is a big second favourite. Boy, does he need a max.
No maximums in this game.
92.
Played 6 legs without a 180. And he does have a lot of them in the tank. But does he have more than Jim, historically? If I'm looking at that very famous prop from the movie Big, where the hand is going left and right to the green light and the red light,
41.
I'd have to say no. I think McEwan has got more likelihood of 180s in his locker.
So what he has got in a locker, he's got that dart where the body moves 3 times tonight, but he hasn't been punished. Justin is all over the place. He's trying everything he can to find 25. That treble 20. Yeah, you don't need a commentator now.
The body language there was, dare I say it, very Aaron Monk.
And even if he knew, the point is he's in a last match shootout now. Whatever happens in this game.
Nobody likes to lose a game on a Saturday night. You want to be the person who gets all 4. But it doesn't look like it's going to be Justin. Unless Jim misses on this 40 checkout, which he doesn't. That's a really good doubling performance from the Scot. 4 hits from 7. And just like Colin Osborne, he has won the group by winning both of his qualifying games. Justin Smith will come back in Game 6 and we'll have a shootout with Matthew Edgar to join Chucky in the semi-finals. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's the shootout in Group 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jim McEwan secured his place in the semi-finals by getting the better of Justin Smith in a last leg decided by 4 legs to 3. And it's yet another efficient performance from McEwan, an average in excess of 94.5. 4 out of 7 when it comes to the doubles. And this is what Jim McEwan does on Saturday nights. When it comes to the big occasion, he finds a way of picking up results. So he's going to go through, which means that Justin Smith and Matthew Edgar are going to go down to the well in the final game of Group 2. And it's exactly the same situation here in Group 1. We'll talk about our final game in that group very shortly. But before we do that, reminder, next week is Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, and you can be a part of the action as well here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scan the QR code, which is about to go on your screen now. There it is, to be in with your chance of being here. Only a selected number available now here for next Saturday night's big occasion, where we're going to have a coronation of our own here at the MODUS Super Series. And remember, you may remember a couple of weeks ago that we had a competition on our social media sites about how you could win an exclusive VIP package to next Saturday's final. Well, full details of that on our winner will be available later on this evening. So it's the final game here in Group 1. This is a decider to see who is going to join Colin Osborne from this group in the Final 4 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It pits together Darryl Pilgrim up against Andreas Harrysson, and watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. And it's shootout time. And for Dirty Harrison, he's saying to Darryl Pilgrim, do you feel lucky, punk? Well, quite simply, no need for calculators, no need for legs won. It's quite simply, whoever wins this best of 7 match will be in the semi-finals. And just 1 foot and 1 thought for that $5 grand prize. Such a big game. Are we going to see the Darryl Pilgrim from Group A? Are we going to see Darryl Pilgrim predominantly through that match? The disappointing Darryl Pilgrim against Colin Osborne. I think we know what we're going to get from Andreas. For me, this is the guy that has the gears. This is the guy that was the big favourite tonight going into it. And I'm going to stand by the fact that he is still the man to beat.
He is the favourite, but he doesn't have the
First
darts.
leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
The advantage of throw he had in Game 1, but he could not win that match against Osborne purely, for me, because of the start. And the fact that he could not convert 40 points in leg 5. At that point, Osborne didn't look back, and he has won Group 1. But now, it's very simple.
58.
Win 1 match and get through to the semis on a Saturday night once again.
Yeah, Darryl Pilgrim, who plays in the South Croydon Conservatives. He does his practice routines and then has one of my favourite Super League team names, the Central Ward Nomads. A bit more juicy than my team anyway.
Central Ward Nomads.
It's a cracker, that, isn't it?
It's almost as good as our quiz team name on the PDC Tour.
100.
The Grapes of Wrath.
We were Durant this week. I had my nephews with us. And a good day and a winning day. And this time Andreas Harrysson wasn't with us because last time he was down at the MODUS Super Series, he turned up at the quiz.
61.
He was no Magnus Magnusson.
121.
Oh, that's a beautiful setup, though. Notice how he didn't even think about the 51 after hitting the 60. That is a really good darting brain clicking into gear there. And even when he got the single 1, he thought, that's actually a good accident.
Andreas, you require
because if I get
40.
the 60, I'm on the double. Are we about to see the better version of Andreas Harrysson?
Game shot on the first leg,
1
Andreas
says
Harrysson.
yes. That's a 14 darter to start things off. And I'm going to be honest, I think he played better in Group A than he did in Group B.
Game on.
But he's still here. And he's got 1 leg up on Darryl Pilgrim, who is struggling to start matches, and it cannot be ignored. This situation comes up a lot on Saturday nights here in Portsmouth, because if you win Group A you play the first game of the night at 7:30.
100.
Then you have around an hour and 20 minutes between that game and the next one that you play. How you program that hour and 20 minutes
93.
is extremely important if you lose.
Yeah, that's the main conclusion. If you lose, it could have been a tough hour and 20, but I think he'll have enjoyed the fact that Osborne beat Harrysson, and knowing that it's fate in my hands if he beats Andreas in this game. Not once did I think that the scenario tonight could be that in the final four, Darryl Pilgrim wouldn't be one of them. And right at this moment, it's looking a strong possibility.
53.
Just to tell you the class of Darryl Pilgrim, just, you know, that group here, as Andreas continues his
140.
trend of big scoring. This year he's played on the professional tour. Big 100 averages against Andrew Gilden, Jamie Hughes and others. He's got the game. I can really take him far, but sometimes he just has fallen at the final fence. And tonight would have been a real statement of intent. And I was even beginning to think he has real strong possibilities
60.
in Champions Week. It's not going his way right now.
Not yet. But his window of opportunity is starting to shrink. He needs something to happen again when his opponent has the lead. He's been chasing pretty much since the first leg of the night.
96. Andreas, you require 116.
We see so many players go on the 19s and average treble 20. He'd be frustrated with that because it's a
60.
finish we like.
Darryl, you
83,
require
you'll see
83.
Darryl going on the treble 17 bed with the first dart. Meaning the bullseye may come into consideration, and he misses the big 16 because he had his eyes solely on the treble 16.
43.
I think that's just a little bit of
Andreas, you require
inexperience
56.
there. And for Andreas Harrysson, he's going to have 2 darts. A double topper, only just.
He hits. It doesn't have to be in the middle.
Harrysson.
It's just got to be in the red. 2-0 again for Darryl against someone in
Third leg,
Group
Andreas
1.
to throw
This
first.
will feel very familiar.
Game
but
on.
on the bright side, he did get himself off the canvas against Osborne. He's going to have to do it again. But I've got to be honest about
95.
that single 16, Glenn. If he was going for the treble, that missed by an inch. And at this level, an inch might as well be a mile.
Yeah, and it went low as well.
84.
Just telling me that he's feeling it tonight. There's tension in his body. I don't think he expected it either. I think he sort of felt he was the class act. And what happens?
121.
Is it me? Does I get the feeling of Andrew Gilding with Dirty Harrysson? He just gets on and does his thing. And I think the only thing that he needs to do now is start sticking the thumb up when the maximums go in.
96.
You might be dreaming up some sort of Anglo-Swedish dream pairs partnership between Gilding and Harrysson.
100.
They would suit each other, funnily enough. I can't imagine if Harrysson was to win tonight that there would be a big celebration a la Owen Bates from week 2, because he was very, very excited,
95.
wasn't he?
Yeah, I like that with BT actually, showing the 9 week. Just I forgot about him. He could win. God, we haven't been talking about him. It is wide open next week.
100.
I think the top 3 celebrations upon winning on a Saturday night in this Super Series have gone to Owen Bates, Mike Warburton, who I'm sure is tuning in tonight, getting ready for
59.
Champions Week,
Andreas, you
and
require
probably
85.
Luke Littler. I think the award for biggest disbelief went to Mike Gillett. But as far as disbelief is concerned, it might be even more for Pilgrim because he's now 3-0 down and the exit door is calling his name.
Was that a fist pump? You don't often see
Fourth
that
leg
from
Darryl to
Andreas.
throw
Andreas'
first.
fist pump
Game
and
on.
Gilding's thumb. What a team that would make. Right now, what on earth is happening to the big favourite, Darryl Pilgrim?
140.
He looks shell-shocked to me.
Yeah, that's a good word. That's a good word. He's not panicking. Just the raise of the eyebrows as the treble 20 went in there.
But understand that it's not all Pilgrim's fault.
140.
This is a really good performance from Harrysson, who this week has had a best average of just over 97. He's saving his best for Saturday night.
190.
Pilgrim looks to the skies. Oh, today's favourite team won 4-3. He's 3-0 down right now. Does
60.
he need a Zaha hat-trick? Boy, does he need it now.
Something's starting to click. But why does it always click
114.
when he's well behind?
It's a different side that was singing to him now, because it's easy when you're smashing out the wins in Group A. The game becomes ridiculously easy at times. If he's going to get through tonight, he's going to have to do it the hard way. And if he doesn't hit this double 16...
Game shot of the fourth leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
That will give him some hope. But you just feel it's hope rather than expectation now. There he does. He's trying to
Fifth
G
leg,
himself
Andreas
up.
to throw first.
Just looking now with Andreas going up. Andreas, and if it does go the full 3 legs, he's going to have to throw twice. This is a tough, tough ask for Darryl Pilgrim right now.
43.
Not as tough as it was before. Now he only needs 3 legs. But he still needs 2 breaks of throw as well. And there's something that I've just seen on the back of his shirt that I can never unsee now.
139.
I'm not going to spoil this dart shirt, but I look at that caricature there and it looks like Ryland Clark.
No, the teeth aren't white enough.
99.
Good point. I retract my statement. It needs whiter teeth. But something needs to get brighter for the man in Crystal Palace colours.
100.
I wonder if he's a fan of the old Ted Lasso as well, which is Richmond FC, and they're in the same colours as Crystal Palace.
140.
It's a nice shirt. It's like a flamingo colour. I once tried to look like a flamingo, but my wife told me off when I put my foot down.
128.
Paul shakes head. Andreas looks at treble 20.
Got to move
down.
Must move.
59.
Single 20 leaves 159. That was a typical switch.
134.
Pilgrim was making inroads here. He was going for the 17s there. 6 of them would have left 32. And that is a brilliant bullseye at the end.
Andreas Harrysson, 160.
Because it leaves a 2-darter. 160, wowzer. Oh, yes.
140.
Bullet dodged. Pilgrim couldn't breathe for about 2 seconds there. But now he could breathe again. Double top. And he does breathe again.
Darryl Pilgrim.
If he gets out of this jam, maybe we'll learn something extra about Darryl Pilgrim. It's now 1 break of throw he needs. But that is a scenario we'll talk about if he holds in leg 6.
Yeah, the crowd seemed to be on his side as well, and look at that, all of a sudden that treble 20 is looking like a bucket.
140.
But what was interesting, when Andreas hit them 2 treble 20s, I just looked at Darryl and he turned round and just shook his head to say, I don't believe what's happening here. We thought it was Osborne 156. Deja vu.
It is a compliment, though, when people do that against you because they know how dangerous you are. And make no mistake, Darryl, everybody in World Darts, and I'm not over-embellishing this, everybody's got access to the internet. Everybody knows what you can see on the Dart Connect system when you've been in a Challenge Tour event or a Pro
60.
Tour event, or even here at the MODUS Super Series. Everybody can see how good you are. You do have a target on your back. When people beat you, they feel good.
125.
Who becomes favourite in the last leg? Is it the player that's come from 3-0 down, or Andreas with a throw?
I'll have to go with Pilgrim.
100.
Looks like we are going the distance for the first time in this group. We did get a 4-3 in Group 2 just now.
56.
Only saving grace for Andreas is that he won't panic. It's not in his DNA. He doesn't seem to be slicing his dart. He's just doing his thing and will have the final leg on his mind. He's put this one to bed. Only something ridiculous.
Don't miss this, Darryl, please. Because Harryson's on 156. Deja vu. It can't
No
happen
score.
again. And how did that not go in?
Andreas, you require 156.
The darting gods are against him for now.
Yes, that hit the crossbar, and that would have been when he turned around and saw 156.
44.
His fate was
Darryl
elsewhere, but he's got a
40.
second chance.
Game
It's 3-3.
on the sixth leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
It's down to one leg. The crowd are getting involved. There's the smiles, the obligatory fist pump. Exciting times here at
Seventh and
Portsmouth.
final leg, Andreas to throw first.
Over the last 2 days,
Game on.
you and I have witnessed 50 games of darts in qualifying, and tonight we've already seen 4. So that's 54 games. Correct me if I'm wrong,
99.
but nobody has come back from 3-0 down to win in the last 2 and a bit days. It could happen now if Pilgrim finds this leg.
Yeah, the biggest fight back was
118.
McEwan Mitchell, wasn't it, for 3-1 down, but nothing to separate them right now. Don't write the Super Swede off.
140.
He realises the winner takes it all. The Pilgrim, it's total and utter focus. Come on, he says.
87.
87 is a bare minimum. He is still half a dart behind, and Harrysson still retains the throw after 2 visits. That's a slip. And that's another one.
38.
Pilgrim will be loving that.
From a slip to a trip. And I think Darryl thought when that big 7 went, he was a big second fib, but he can't go blank again, and he
59.
has on the treble bed. 6 darts from 224.
Even if he has got that treble 19, he'd be on 199, which is an awful number.
100.
First to a finish, the man from Sweden, Pilgrim, has got to join him. He's thinking, get to 97. Get to 57. 57, if you please.
140.
He'll have to settle for plan A.
Andreas, you require
It's only the 2
124.
darter. That's what he's done. But Andreas Harrysson will like this finish. His treble 18 leaves the bull, and it's for the match.
99.
What a stonking finish.
Darryl,
But
you
over to
require
you,
97.
Darryl Pilgrim. You wanted a chance, and a 3-0 down. Maybe you thought that wasn't going to come.
Double 19 finds it, tops to win.
Game
And to get
shot.
through.
And the
Must
match,
just come
Darryl
back from
Pilgrim.
Mr. P. And how has he dodged 2 bullets in that match? It was a shot at tops for a 160, and the 124 in the bull is missed, and Dirty Harrysson has his heart broken here at Portsmouth once again. But Mr. P will feel like he's got 9 lives. I wonder how many he's got left. We have got one more shootout for you before the semi-finals are indeed completed, and it's just Matthew Edgar coming up after the break, after all of that.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what darting drama we've just seen in the last 5 minutes or so. What a comeback from Darryl Pilgrim. What a finish from Darryl Pilgrim in the end. That 97 checkout, save that, because that could be important in the end game. Andreas Harrysson had a dart at tops for a 160 finish to win the match and to send him through. Darryl Pilgrim wins 4 legs on the spin from 3-0 down to send himself through into the semi-finals, which we're going to see live with you from 10 p.m. this evening on Sporty Stuff TV. What drama that was to conclude Group 1. Well, we could see more of the same here in Group 2, because the game we're about to see is also a decider for the second spot through to the semi-finals from 10. We know that Jim McEwan is already going to be there, but we're going to find out who's going to join him in our final match of the pool stages. It pits Matthew Edgar up against Justin Smith, and the equation is simple. It is knockout darts for them from here on in. Let's get stuck into the action then. In the company of our commentators is Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry, and pick me up off the floor. What a finale, what a conclusion to that last game. That's what the Saturday nights are all about. I thought we were being spoilt with a 1-5-6 from Colin Osborne earlier, but that finish by Darryl Pilgrim was the moment of the week so far for me. It was sensational. So easy when you're winning games, but to see him do it under pressure, will he be looking back at that moment at the end of the night? The man in your picture, Matthew Edgar, the Group B winner, full of determination and bigger to win this match, and Justin Smith, a guy who's
First
just
leg, Justin to
been there
throw first.
and done it in the MODUS Super Series, a guy with oodles amount of talent. He needs to prove it now, Paul.
Yes, he does. And before we get our teeth into this game,
100.
let's just marvel at what Darryl Pilgrim just did. And I don't want to harp on too much about the finish.
100.
But understand what we both said about leaving that 2-dart combination. The 140 before
59.
the 97 out was just as important at the end of that match. We'll talk more about that between the qualifying matches and the semis.
100.
But this is all about Edgar and Smith. The winner goes through, and we now have one confirmed semi-final. It will be Colin Osborne
59.
up against... Oh, it's Jim McEwan against Darryl Pilgrim, isn't it? Because he's the runner-up in Group 1, and the winner of Group 2 is Jim McEwan. So there is your second semi-final. This is a winner-stays-on scenario. Whoever loses this game is out. Whoever wins will go back to the practice room for a very short amount of time, but will return soon after.
It's an advantage. Edgar, very early in this leg. And I like the fact he went for the bull there, so he wasn't being greedy with the treble 19. He just left himself a 2. That's sensible play.
85.
Sensible's good, and laying up is good. But now it's about the execution, and it's 2 darts at tops. Wow, he'll feel good with that. A sweet and sublime 14 dart at the start. He's had a long time to wait, a long time to think. Plenty of time on the practice board, you could argue.
Second leg, Matthew to throw first.
A man totally in a zone where he wants to be. Psychology-wise, he knows the game inside out. Focus-wise, he knows where he wants to be. Skill-wise, he wasn't exactly sure. He's demonstrating all the skills and attributes to be the champion tonight.
85.
I think he'll be looking at tonight as a real crossroads.
44.
He was led here via Iceland, winning last Sunday. And maybe the chemistry of his brain
60.
and body after that has invigorated him for this challenge. I know he said in his interview that he didn't really know what to expect and what kind of pressure to put on himself. But what he also said, I think, was really intriguing. It's that my mind
100.
wants me to win. Something just hasn't been extinguished when it comes to Edgar in the last 12 months. He's had some
84.
good moments with us in the last 18 months since he made his debut in Southampton. Something is still burning.
And I don't think that ever goes with a dart player. Like I said, it's just success after success after what was a dreadful opening day in Iceland. He wants to be the face of Iceland. Well, Kerry Katona said no
89.
chance.
Justin Uruguay 116.
This is a big, big, big visit. Double 18. That really was a precarious single. That could have snagged in the 60.
98.
And he wasn't comfortable going
Matthew
for that
Uruguay,
northeast
48.
double. Edgar could double the lead. It's double 16 for him.
Game
And he
short of
does
the second
double the
leg,
lead.
Matthew Edgar.
This is a strong start from Edgar. He's averaging 97. He's taken full advantage of that missed start of
Third leg,
double 18 by the
Justin
bearded
Rovers.
dragon.
Game
2
on.
from 2 on the outer ring for Matthew Edgar has been the big difference. The fact he had to stop Justin when he was going with that double 18, that'll be frustrating for him. But he's straight back in this leg. He's not showing signs of distress or disappointment, waving his arms and being petulant.
100.
I like the stagecraft as well from Edgar. It's such an under-talked about subject. The masters of stagecraft, Painter
60.
and Manley. I've never seen anybody better than those two guys. But where Matt was standing, outside the exclusion zone, he was in his
140.
comfortable spot. He would not be moved. Some people like to usher their way around the stage. And interestingly as well, Edgar looking at the
58.
floor. Some players would try and make eye contact to try and get a tell. You weren't going to get a tell on Matt.
81.
Look, he's got a sports science degree. He knows the psychology of the game. He knows that if he can just be in his zone somewhere, that's hence the reason he's shouting the release of emotion when he wins a leg, using the crowd
100.
as a real feeder for himself. It's just a real win-win for him right now. And I tell you what, he looks as good as anything tonight. What a story it would be, Paul, if he lifts
Justin
that
Uruguay,
check.
He looks
143.
as good now as he has all week. That's a bad sign for Justin.
43. Matthew Uruguay,
His top
40.
average for the week is over 91. This is well above that.
Game
And that's a
short of the third leg,
huge
Matthew
shutout dart
Edgar.
for Edgar, who was keeping Justin Smith at bay. It's now double break time, and Smith has got no fire by the looks of it.
Fourth leg, Matthew to throw first. Game on.
This is ruthless. And look in the background.
60.
Any dart player in the world would feel the same way as Justin Smith right now. They'd feel frustrated. They'll feel like they've been hit hard.
60.
Yeah, there's the first sign of that frustration as well. Matt Edgar just can't wait to get to the hockey.
85.
Might have won the Iceland Masters, but the way he's playing now, the Asda Open as well in his...
45.
Sorry, Phil. So happy for him, genuinely. I mean, it just...
134.
I know how he feels. But what a moment. At least he can get back on that practice board tomorrow knowing his game's not far away. He can start thinking the Q school and things like that again. He's got so many other
60.
things going on in his life with, you see the Edgar TV on his back, his commentary work, his exhibition work. But I'm sure, like you said, there's fight in the belly still to be right at the top of the game. And this is wonderful.
It's a world-class performance. It can't be ignored.
39. Matthew
I
Uruguay,
think Justin
82.
knows that the exit door is calling his name. And it could be doing so right now in less than 7 minutes.
62.
A bulldozing display where Matthew Edgar gets a match dart in under 6 minutes and 50 seconds. It's very much a quality of his game that he's very quick, but we don't really talk about him that way.
140. Matthew Uruguay, 20.
Follow that last game of Darryl Pilgrim was one thing,
Game
but to put a
shot.
performance
Man of
on
the
like
match,
that by
Matthew
Matthew
Edgar.
Edgar, a huge 4-0 victory, a whitewash win, and there's the respect from Justin Smith, who says, Matthew Edgar, fantastic, and there's the crowd involvement. That's what it means to the man. 4-0 in the semi-finals against Colin Osborne. That, Matthew Edgar, was absolutely sublime, clean and clinical, and we'll see you in the semi-final.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a comprehensive victory that was for Matthew Edgar to rubber stamp his place into the semi-finals from 10 p.m. this evening, an average just underneath 97. It was ticking the ton for the most part, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and he got it done in the space of 7 minutes and 11 seconds. It was absolutely ruthless for Matthew Edgar, who is going to make it to some prime time darts come 10 p.m. this evening here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. So we now know the fortunes of our semi-finalists. We know the semi-final number 1 is going to see the winner of Group 1 take on the runner-up of Group 2. So that's Colin Osborne taking on Matthew Edgar. Meanwhile, in the second semi-final, it's going to see Jim McEwan, the man who won Group 2. He's going to take on Darryl Pilgrim. Those games are going to be live with you from 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, next week is Champions Week, and we want to get you at home involved in the coverage throughout the course of the 6 days here in Portsmouth. And you can tweet in your support to all of our players next week, and you can also appear part of the coverage. Do ask us who you're backing to become the Series 3 champion. You can tweet your suggestions in at MSS Darts, or you can send us an email to that address down below on your screen. Send in your videos, send in your tweets, and we'll get them on the screen as part of our coverage during Champions Week next week. Reminder, that begins Monday morning at 9:30 here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. 11 of the 12 players have put their place in. We're going to find out who the final one is going to be from 10 p.m. this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV. And well, what we did do on Thursday was continue our little preview towards Champions Week. Myself, Paul Nicholson and Glenn Dunn decided, do you know what, we're going to have a little bit of a sit down and reflect on what we've seen on Series 3, because we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen 9 darters, big finishes and amazing stories. So why not now be in reflective mood and look back at what's been a fantastic Series 3. This is what me and the boys had to say earlier on this week. Well, Series 3 Champions Week has arisen, and what a series we have enjoyed so far. We've seen 9 darters, big checkouts and stories galore, and perhaps fitting that we have Glenn Dowen and Paul Nicholson here to reflect on what we've seen on Series 3 and to look ahead at what is going to happen at Champions Week. And Glenn, first of all, what a Series 3 we've had. There's just been stories everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's been an absolute privilege to be here, and that's absolutely genuine as well. The first day I arrived at the MODUS Super Series, I thought, what am I doing? I thought, it's not for me. You know, words are not my thing. I've always been a numbers man. And then I just got involved, came and seen in this magnificent stage we're sat on now. The players absolutely adore it. But the quality of darts, every single time I've been here, has been absolutely fantastic. We're dealing with the best amateur players in the world, and there's more to come. With the affiliation with ADC Europe and Oceania. I mean, it is the place to be. And when I was growing up playing darts, there was one pathway, and now the opportunity is out there for players, and it continues to deliver.
Does it feel like this time, Paul, the standard has just gone up another level?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Super Series 3 has gone up a level. I think with Series 2 straddling 2022 and 2023, it was always going to be difficult for the producers to get the right talent in January. And a lot of people who brought themselves onto this stage and did their best, I tip my hat to them. But ultimately, when Q School was over, Series 3 was going to give us the likes of Henderson and some of the other people coming through the Challenge Tour, the Cam Crabtrees. And I'm talking about players who haven't even qualified for Champions Week. Everybody's really stood up, and the amount of stories that we have are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this project.
Exactly, and it has been stories galore. And I suppose when we talk about moments in this Super Series, Paul, it's one that you commentated on. It was the Conor Heenahan 9-dart finish. To do it once is a spectacular achievement. To do it twice is incredible. But the synergy between both of those 9 darters was quite something.
Yeah, it was. I think this place obviously means a lot to Conor. And he's been noted as someone who is likely to get 9 darters. He's hit, 4 in a year. 1 in Ireland, 1 in Southampton, 2 here. but he still hasn't qualified for Champions Week. And the disappointment that we saw from him when he was defeated by Mike Warburton in the final, it was evident, because he thought, yeah, I could have had 2 9-darters in the week, I could have had 5 in the year, but ultimately what I want is to be the person holding that check at the end of it, and he's not going to be.
He's not, and there's a lot of big names who played in this competition who haven't qualified. You've got major winners this year in Leonard Gates who tried twice but couldn't get over the line.
Yeah, and thankfully it wasn't me that was called the 9-darter after my attempt, sort of due to my game with Chris Quantock. But no, it's been staggering, and the disappointment. I like to say, there's no party, no Hendo. It would be fantastic to see John Henderson in Champions Week one time. You know, Martin Adams. I mean, the names you could just reel off. Andy Bolton, I thought, was absolutely superb, but walked into a juggernaut in Scott Taylor the week I commentated on. But I think one thing that stands out for me, Henry, is the fact that the 12 qualifiers, there's not one that stands out, and I think every single player thinks they're in with a chance.
Talking about Champions Week, is this the most cosmopolitan lineup for you, and does it feel like the most competitive lineup we've seen for a Champions Week here?
I think very competitive. I think Raymond Smith was the outstanding player when I was last here. He just oozed quality, everything about him just, you know, talked he was a winner, and I fancied him, you know, the moment he sort of entered the competition to reach in you know, the finals. I think this time I've got a case for every single one, from John Worsley all the way through to Luke Littler. And, you know, and what a romantic story for someone like Mike Gillett, who just sort of shows what the MODUS Super Series is about. He finished 3rd in Group B. He had darts, potential darts, relying on others in his final, yet still hit that winning double. And just his reaction, you know, when you've played on and won a big competition, you know that feeling. You know, when I fell to the floor at Lakeside, and I got goosebumps watching Mike Gillett when he won. It was absolutely fantastic. So there'll be a story for all 12 players there, and let the best man win.
I mentioned cosmopolitan, Paul, and I mean it in every single sense. When you look at the age bracket of players, you've got a player in Owen Bates who's 20, you've got ex-world champions in Yellow Klassen, you've got that young talent in Luke Littler, and someone like Mike Gillett, for whom this Super Series has been a platform. We're going to see him at Lakeside for the first time later this year. There's different types of talents that are going to be playing in this Champions Week, which just adds an extra element of excitement.
It does. I think the age range is exciting, because for quite a long time we've been saying that it's not necessarily a young person sport. We've seen veterans from both the male and female avenues of the game. We've seen Trina play here, and she played some good stuff. We've seen Fallon Sherrick play and do very well to get to a final, losing out to Steve West. But you've got Matt Clark and you've got Luke Littler in the final week, and the age range is ridiculous. But it's always been the case. Even before we came to Portsmouth, before we even came to Southampton, we had a game between Keane Barry on his 18th birthday against Martin Adams, who was closer to the mid-60s. This has always been happening, and we're just massaging what Matthew Edgar said around about 2 months ago. This is where worlds collide. We're getting people from CDC. The emergence of Jacob Taylor has been brilliant for me. I think Leonard Gates not qualifying after 2 cracks is a surprise. But when it comes to people coming from around the world to Portsmouth now, it's not just on the graphic at the start of the show, it's actually happening.
As Paul says, worlds colliding here, and this competition, this series worth of competition, has probably been the most international we've seen.
And it's only going to get better. Me and Paul had a chat earlier about how the MODUS Super Series is evolving from the very beginning, and then the announcements we made about, you know, the ADC Europe coming in, the guys from Oceania coming over. It's only going to get bigger and better, and then opportunities might become down to where you're only getting the one chance to qualify. It's big business. I've talked an awful lot about in the North East. The MODUS Super Series is huge. Everybody wants to play, and they need to grab the opportunity. It's getting bigger and better, and I can't wait for it to continue evolving like it is.
As you mentioned, the ADC link, which has been a prominent part of this series. We've had a qualifier in every single week of qualification up to Champions Week. And next time out in Series 4, we're going to broaden the horizons by having players from the European region. We're going to have players from the Oceanic region playing in this competition. And Paul, I know that you've still got a lot of contacts out in that part of the world. And what's the excitement like out there to have some of the best Australian and New Zealand talent coming over here, courtesy of ADC Oceania?
Just talking to Raymond Smith about what kind of impact he's had. the roots were starting to grow even before Raymond won Super Series 3. And for me, when it came down to the next step for this project, we did have to look a little bit further afield. We have in previous times looked to Japan with Mikuru Suzuki coming over. I think that is another area that we can possibly look at sometime in 2023 or 2024. But as far as Australia is concerned, there's just so many dart players there who want to come and play here. Brandon Weening, for example, really wants to come and play here, but he might have to qualify to do so. He was here before Christmas, and he got a look around the place and he said, I really want to play here. And there are so many young players, as well as the really established amateur players out there who want to be here. The hunger is just palpable.
And how important is it now for the next stage and the next part of the evolution of the MODUS Super Series is to have that eclectic mix of everyone internationally and almost make it the top international amateur tournament for everyone?
I think already is the top amateur. It's, you know, I mean, you've got the WDF World Championships, etc., but this is the place to be right now. And we can't help chatting off air as well about having a ladies' week, having a North v South, having a real cosmopolitan, Oceania, Europe, UK, Ireland. You know, we can really play with the concept now because everyone wants to be here. Everybody says it's a fantastic stage. I always go back to Robert Owen, one of the big successes of the MODUS Super Series. He said this stage is the closest to a Euro Tour he's ever sort of played on before. I've never heard a complaint from anybody, any player, about the circumstances, about what they're playing in. It's professional, it's the place to be, it's the top amateur competition in the world right now.
Is the biggest compliment as well the fact that there's a number of players and a huge number of players queuing to walk through these doors?
Wasn't always the case, was it? Early days, people thought maybe it's just something to get through the pandemic. Southampton was just about giving some of the players in the immediate region somewhere to go and play and maybe earn some money. But the constant evolution of this project has been its greatest strength. And that lies with everybody who you don't see on camera. Mm-hmm. They're doing all of that yard work. They're the ones getting up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to make the calls, to get the emails, to speak to people in different regions of the world. They're the real heroes because this project just hasn't sat still. I've been there since day one. I played game one against Mark Webster. Did we think that we'd be sitting here right now? Absolutely not. But that we have to be very grateful that we are sitting here and looking at the next evolution of it.
Just finally, question for both of you. Let's end in the same fashion that we started, talking about Champions Week. Who stands out for you as a real contender? The question to both.
I think it's a really, really difficult question, and that's not sitting on the fence because that's not my style. I think I've got an answer for all 12 players that's qualified. You know, Luke Littler's going to get the headlines because of the age, the talent and everything that surrounds him. It might be just a little bit too big for him because all of a sudden expectation comes in. I'm going to go all the way back to week one. I'm going to go with John Worsley.
That's an interesting call. I didn't expect him to say that, but I'm with Glenn on the fact that this is a really even 12 players, and it's a real minefield. If I had to put my money on somebody, I just think there's a story with Littler. I think the way he's playing at the minute, he's playing it at a kind of level that we don't see from many players when it comes to finals. We don't historically have ton-plus averages in weekly finals, but we got one from Bates, we got one from Taylor, we got one from Littler, and it's going to be one of those three for me. Well,
it's going to be good fun finding out, isn't it, chaps? Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. We cannot wait for Champions Week. We cannot wait for Battle to commence and see who's going to join Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith, who on this very stage picked up £20,000 top prize money. Well, Champions Week is about to get underway. Let Battle commence. Tell you what, it's amazing how quickly I can have an outfit change and get a haircut, isn't it? But it was great to catch up with the boys on Thursday night, previewing Champions Week, which begins on Monday morning. We've got a bumper coverage for you. It's going to be myself, Scott Mitchell, Chris Mason, Chris Murphy, Phil Bars, all going to be a part of the coverage. We begin at 9:30 on Monday morning for 6 bumper days worth of action. the best amateur players going toe-to-toe for one of the biggest prizes in the sport, £20,000, and the opportunity to call themselves the MODUS Super Series champion. Only 2 people can call themselves that so far. Conan Whitehead picked up the honours back in October. He beat Graham Mush, who's now gone on to win a PDC Tour card in the final by 4-0. But when it came to January, it was Raymond Smith and Matt Clark that went toe-to-toe for the £20,000 top prize. Raymond Smith, all the way from Australia, he came all the way over to these shores for one mission, to pick up the trophy and to take the title back to Oz. As for Matt Clark, Superman, who's enjoyed a resurgence in his career, this would be a big TV title for him to pick up. It went all the way to a deciding leg, commentary from Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it! Raymond Smith is the man! The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done! £20,000 belongs to him! The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance, averaged well, the confetti is everywhere, and unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.
So that is how Raymond Smith picked up the jackpot here in Series 2 of the MODUS Super Series. When he returns, he's going to be the lineal champion of this competition. But the race to see who's going to be the final player to make it into Series 3's Champions Week is about to hot up. We are down to a final 4. We are going to see 2 scintillating semi-finals. It's going to begin at around about 10:10 when we're going to see Colin Osborne in action up against Matthew Edgar. That is going to be followed by Jim McEwan up against Darryl Pilgrim. 4 players evenly matched when it comes to the statistics and on paper who is going to prevail victorious. Well, we're going to find out the answer to that in the next hour and a half or so, but we're going to leave you for now here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the next couple of minutes. We're going to head over to Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock as well as on this particular platform. Myself, Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson will be calling in all the final hours here from week 12 to see who is going to join the 11 players already qualified for Champions Week in the Showbiz finale. Live darts will continue in around about 10 minutes time. We'll see you shortly for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. A very warm welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where tonight we are completing the darting dozen, where we're going to find out the 12th and final name that is going to be a part of next week's Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. We have seen 6 exhilarating group stage matches to take us through to the semi-finals, which we're going to be bringing to you live over the next hour and a half here on the south coast of Portsmouth, where we're going to see the final name through to Champions League. 6 group stage matches then have been and gone, and here's the best of the action in commentary, Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
It's a good job because it is leg 4 coming up. Couldn't take 1-3-1 in the previous leg. Arguably, this is a little easier.
Yeah, there's 2 reasons why this leg's not over. One is 1-5-6 is very much in the grasp of Colin Osborne.
Game shot of the 5th
finish
leg, Colin Osborne.
That is the highlight of the week so far.
Must go left.
Game
Wonderful
shot
hit from
and
Osborne.
a match, Colin Osborne.
A huge step in the right direction. He's not qualified yet. I saw it. He felt it. And now he could feel something else. As Edgar takes the lead in 17 darts.
I believe he's thinking he's thrown nicely. His timing feels good. He feels good. He's just not going in the dedicated target. But this mate, he's gone low twice on tops with 1 dart.
Game shot of the 4th leg, Jim McEwan.
Once again, we haven't had the headlines, haven't been with Jim McEwan off. But maybe a little bit too little too late. That's the perfect marker. He just moves across to widen the bed. And it's 2 big points for Jim McEwan. And what you have to say was a high-quality game. A great contest. Right decision. Certainly was. Durrant wrong again. Durrant nil, Osborne 1. And
Andreas
there's a slight hangover
18.
right now. He'll want to put this 18 to bed.
Game
Does exactly that.
leg,
Andreas
Andreas
Harrysson. There's the
Harrysson.
obligatory fist pump against Darryl Pilgrim in what is a straight shootout match. Just as we like it.
Bullseye,
Game
and
shot
Osborne wins
and
the
a
group
match, Colin
with 2
Osborne.
wins, and you can see from that facial expression that he was never going to give that up.
I noticed he had a bounce out in his practice dart, and he's had one already.
Game shot of the 1st
That
leg,
is
Jim
solid.
McEwan.
89 finish and 2 darted. Just Jim McEwan.
What a time to get a maximum.
180.
Not of approval from the
Just
bearded
0
dragon,
for
but
80.
I assure you he did not want to hear that call from our Irish referee. This is to keep the match alive. He needs to climb down to double 10
Game shot
and
of the 6th
can.
leg, Justin
He could
Smith.
still win this game. Jim misses on this 40 checkout, which he
Game
doesn't.
shot and
That's
a
a really
match,
good
Jim
doubling
McEwan.
performance from the Scot. 4 hits from 7. I think the award for biggest disbelief went to Mike Gillett. But as far as disbelief is concerned, it might be even more for Pilgrim because he's now 3-0 down.
Game
It's
shot of the
3-3.
6th leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
It's down to 1 leg. Leaves the bull. And it's for the match.
99.
What a stonking finish.
Darryl
But over to you.
97.
Darryl Pilgrim, you wanted a chance and a 3-0 down. Maybe you thought that wasn't going to come.
Double 19 finds it, tops to win. And to get
shot.
through!
And the
That's
match,
just come
Darryl
back from
Pilgrim.
Mr. P. He's over 91. This is well above that.
Game
And that's a
shot of the 3rd leg,
huge
Matthew
shutout dart
Edgar.
for Edgar.
This game of Darryl Pilgrim was one thing,
Game
but to put a
shot.
performance
And a
on like that
match,
by Matthew
Matthew
Edgar, a huge 4-0 victory.
So then that is what's happened over the course of our group matches. Waxing lyrical about it in the commentary box is the 3-time back-to-back Lakeside champion. The former Premier League winner, Glenn Durrant, has been describing all the action on comms this evening. Glenn, first of all, just your overall observations of what you've seen so far this evening.
Absolutely magnificent overall. 9 out of 10. It's had everything. I think it started with a Colin Osborne 156. I thought that was going to be the highlight moment, but the highlights just continued and continued. But we think the right 4 have qualified, but absolutely fabulous. But just words to Andreas Harrysson and to Justin Smith. They've played their part in a terrific night.
Well, let's round off the results then for you following the first 6 group stage matches this evening. It began with Colin Osborne beating the favourite Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2. And in that game between Pilgrim and Andreas Harrysson, Harrysson had a dart at top, so a 160 finish to knock out Pilgrim. Pilgrim then wins 4 on the spin, and for a player like him, if you give him a second life, that is dangerous.
Yeah, the 160 had us, me and Nico, off the edge of our chairs, but the 97 finish was just the big 19, double top. It was flawless, it was exciting, it was exhilarating, and he responded. You know, we heard the emotion. It was a terrific finish.
Talking about emotion, Matthew Edgar certainly let the emotions out in that 4-0 win against Justin Smith, and the performance of the night so far as well.
He just looks happy, and I tell you what, he's like a conductor with an orchestra in that back room. He's playing them. He's the alpha male in there. He's already wrote his name on the cheque and gone and showed them all in the room. I thought he was playing Justin Smith before they played. They will have a little practice together. He's doing a great job. Not necessarily on the stage. He's doing a tremendous job in that players area. Very interesting.
What about Jim McEwan? It looks as if he's improved a lot tonight.
I think he's been absolutely superb. On Wednesday, he demonstrated his quality, so it's not a total shock. But I think he came here maybe 7 out of 10 with his game right now. Sometimes you've just got to peak at the right time, Henry. Tonight he's been awesome.
So let's round off what we have seen then by having a look at the 2 group tables, because the 2 group winners will have advantage of throwing their respective semi-finals. Osborne and McEwan, both 2 out of 2 in terms of the wins department, so they top the group. Darryl Pilgrim and Matthew Edgar finished second, so they're going to throw second in their respective semi-finals. And so now we look at the semi-finals set in stone following the conclusion of our group stage matches. We've got 2 fantastic ties. It kicks off in just a second when Colin Osborne takes on Matthew Edgar. That's going to be followed by the battle between Jim McEwan and Darryl Pilgrim, and it's kind of hard really to split the 4.
It's very, very difficult, but one thing Matthew can't do is he won't be able to play Colin Osborne in the back room. He's too experienced, and there's just something about Colin Osborne tonight that I really like. He was very brash and confident that he's here for the 10 days, but for me, his darts in Group C didn't really demonstrate that. But boy, tonight, a bit like Jim McEwan, he's come here tonight and really determined he'll take some beating, but he's up against Matthew Edgar, who's just living a charmed life. He's loving the darts right now, and to be back playing like he is, he's absolutely buzzing downstairs. It's great to see the big smile on his face.
So just confirmation on what we are about to see here on Sporty Stuff TV. 2 live semi-finals, followed by the final, all live with you between now and around about 11:30 this evening. Osborne Edgar, followed by McEwan against Pilgrim. Let's begin about talking about that first semi-final. We've mentioned about Matthew Edgar before, but Colin Osborne could so easily go under the radar here.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that Matt Edgar likes to play the quicker player. Justin Smith was meat and drink for him. Now, Colin Osborne used to be a very methodical player. He's definitely sped up as he's evolved, as his throw changed a little bit. If I was Colin Osborne, I'd maybe just take his throw down a second less than he normally throws, because Matt Edgar likes to dictate the pace. Like I say, he feels very confident. The first leg's really, really important in this match, because Matt Edgar's a big front runner.
At around about this point on Saturday evening, can his experiences of winning here under this roof and in Southampton in the past come to the fore?
Oh, absolutely. He'll be using all that experience, and that's the beauty when you get a little bit older in the game. Sometimes you don't have that natural flow and talent you once had, that love and desire. But he's up against someone there now who's he's playing like a 19-year-old. He thought his career was over 8 days ago, and here he is now 2 games away from 5,000 quid in a place in Champions Week. Sit back and enjoy.
Turns out a week's a long time in darts.
It's absolutely correct as well.
Well, Glenn Darwin is going to be a part of our commentary team this evening, calling in all the action from our semi-finals, followed by the final here at the MODUS Super Series. All of our matches, best of 7 legs to decide who the 12th and final name in the Champions Week Roll of Honour is going to be. It's quite a cast list as it is. We could have one more big name in there this evening. Glenn Darwin's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action, and it is a night of champions in the commentary booth this evening, because we are joined by the 2010 Players Champion, Paul Nicholson. Evening, guys.
Here we go then. Thank you, Henry. And this is what some athletics commentators would say the final bend, because it isn't quite the home straight, because we will reserve that for the final match tonight, which will be the winner of this game and the winner of the next game. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom and to everybody else tuning in worldwide. One more name in the hat for Champions Week. Will it be Osborne? Will it be Edgar? Could it possibly be Mr. P. Darryl Pilgrim or Chucky Jim McEwan? Matthew Edgar, off the best performance of his entire week, will now fancy his chances, but he does not have the darts.
First leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
It's Osborne who has the darts because he won his group. Edgar came through second in Group 2 at the expense of Justin Smith. McEwan will have the darts in the next game because he won the group that Edgar was in. And if you look at his nightly statistics, Edgar has averaged 87.95, and that is better than he's averaged over the last couple of nights. And his doubles, Glenn, tonight, 55%.
140.
Yeah, we looked at his stats when he was in Iceland, when he won last week. We looked at his stats this week. What's very interesting, the trend is the fact that everything is going on the upward slide for Matthew Edgar. But that 140 there from Colin will just sort of settle him because that opening 45 was... might bring the consensus. The reason I say that is because I think the first leg is key in this one. I think the man in your picture right now is such a good front runner. And if he takes an early lead, he's bouncing. He's just been in the commentary box there. He's buzzing. Colin Osborne's job might not necessarily be on the dartboard. It's just maybe just trying to slow him down, dictating the pace. And just saying, Mr. Edgar, I'm the boss, because Edgar's playing a good job in the players area as well. He is having fun with these guys.
121.
Someone's about to have fun. Edgar will not be happy that he's left a bogey number, but he couldn't really do much about it. Osborne will be the first person to a finish, but how low is it going to be?
57.
Not as low as he wanted.
Yeah, that last dart didn't come out of his hand like he hoped to.
100.
Last dart makes Edgar the favourite for this one, albeit 115 is very gettable for Colin.
Loves double top.
74.
Not on this occasion.
Matthew
and Edgar does have a
63.
chance for the immediate break. He needs to get one at some point. It's double top for him.
23.
He can't find it either.
Yeah, they both had a
Colin,
dart at tops.
40.
Sometimes the difference between good and great is small margins. And Colin wasn't looking at any of the darts that Matthew threw there. And if you get chances with 3 darts to win a leg, you have to execute, and that's exactly what the T-side has done. He grabs that dart out, the passion and desire that's flowing through their body right now. Sometimes half the battle is managing that, and that's where breathing, stretching, all that is taken into consideration. But here comes back Edgar.
100.
There's a young man sitting in the front row tonight who was here when Raymond Smith won Super Series 2. He got the darts from the winner. He's here almost every week, that young man. And I applaud the fact that he's probably seen more finals darts than maybe anybody else. Maybe the same amount as his parents who come with him every time.
Well, let me tell you, if he wants the darts of Matthew Edgar tonight, it's going to cost him 60 notes.
140.
I think he might have to ask his parents if he wants a set. This is a big deal tonight.
57.
£5,000 going somebody's way. And let me just give you some sort of indication as to what the MODUS Super Series is doing with World Darts right now. These guys don't live too far from each other. Colin lives in Derby, and there is that young man. He's all suited and booted tonight in his nice polo from a lovely manufacturer that is on the same as the dartboard.
36.
Now, the point I was about to make, I'm going to press pause on it because Osborne's looking for a 2-0 lead. He's going to approach well, maybe not as well as he hoped,
Matthew require 104.
and watch Edgar to see if he can equalise.
What a first dart that is. Again, he's going to get one dart to double. This time it's double 16. And there's the frustration, because he had a dart at tops, and part of your mentality, that devil will drop on your shoulder and say, I should be 2-0 up. But Colin Osborne, he's been here a million times. He totally forgot the fact he missed the big 16. He's going to get 2 darts at his beloved double top. And let me
Game
tell
shot
you,
of the
when he
second
has a
leg, Colin
two-dart
Osborne.
combination, Paul, the completion rate will be staggeringly high. I feel more confident when he's got two darted tops than
Third
any
leg,
player
Colin
who's
to
left in these
throw
semi-finals.
first.
And this is a
Game on.
wonderful, solid start. Averaging over 91. That's a 30 averaging old money. Good start. Edgar's averaging around about that mark. He's been a lot this week, the
97.
84, but them two missed-darted doubles will be frustrating him.
Colin's stats for tonight were promising.
45.
88.6. His 3-dart average for the 2 games that he won in qualifying. 44% on the doubles. That is above average
95.
by a good 8% of everybody who has played here in this tournament's history. But speaking of history,
100.
we are bringing players together on nights like tonight who have played each other before outside these walls. But they may not have played each other in a very long time.
67.
These guys have played each other twice in the past, but not for 10 years. Twice in 2013 they played.
140.
They won one each. And one of them was at a major tournament, the UK Open in 2013.
The UK Open is a favoured tournament for Colin Osborne, so my guess is that's
85.
the one Colin Osborne won. You're going to prove me wrong now, aren't you?
2013, off the top of my head, I think it was won by Phil Taylor, that one at Bolton. It was. That was the last one at
Colin,
Bolton.
you're 150.
But a 180 from Edgar, that's all he can do from 216. And not another Hail Mary style shot there from Osborne, who took out a
60.
156 earlier.
Matthew require
One of the
36.
shots of the night.
Game shot of
Game's
third
very
leg,
much alive.
Matthew
He's
Edgar.
playing so quickly tonight, is Edgar.
Yeah, he's playing so quickly. I mean, I've seen him practice. He's done a lot of practicing with Ryan Searle on the Pro
Fourth
Tours.
leg, Matthew to throw first.
And that's the
Game on.
speed. That doesn't surprise me, the speed. The confidence I can see just oozing out of him. And why not? Like I said, if I could...
60.
I just want to be competitive again if I had a wish. And I tell you what, that's exactly how Matthew Edgar would have felt last week. It's great for him. And what a story this would be, but he's
96.
up against someone who's just full of tenacity. He's here for the 10 days in his mind. I doubted him, Paul, but
134.
tonight he's been first class, first rate.
One of the best things you said all week when you were on the balcony with Henry. It was what you said about the mental side of the game in the practice room. You said that he's the alpha male in that practice room, Edgar. But there's one person he can't crack.
60.
He might have those nut-cracking clamps that you get for those big walnuts. But this guy right here is like a varnished conker. He's not going to be smashed. You can't break this guy mentally. He's seen
40.
it all. He's been with the masters like Barneveld and Taylor and all of the others in that sort of 2008 to 2015 bracket.
134.
There's not one trick he has not seen.
I'll tell you what, he's going to need all that because Edgar 134, 60, 134. You've got to remember that he's got the dart in this one. He can go 2-2.
Thank you.
And what's happening now? He's just dictating the paces. Maybe, look, there's a crowd in there. This is what we've wanted all week. The crowd can make a difference. The crowd can create a wonderful atmosphere. And rightly they're getting excited because it's been just a wonderful night. It's been a real showcase of top tungsten. So we're going to get these moments now and bring it on, crowd.
What would a golfer do in that spot? They'd step off.
51.
What would a snooker player do? They'd
Matthew
go to the
Require
table, take a sip of water
113.
and go through their process again.
What would Matthew Edgar do? He'd have thrown that last dart. Rhythm.
53. Colin require 134.
Game very much on. It's not about points. This is about winning. Is that in?
127.
It was
Matthew
creative.
require 60.
And it was very wily. It nearly worked.
Game
That's in,
shot of the
though.
fourth leg, Matthew Edgar.
And he postures. So we're best of 3 to see who goes through to the final. And don't forget, there's £1,250
Fifth leg,
on
Colin
this game as well.
Rovers.
We're talking
Game
about
on.
serious money now.
Yes, we had the bow yesterday from Matthew Edgar. Then we had the statue there, and that's a lovely feeling
As he stands there, you watch that dart go right in the middle of that top's bed.
I could say something right now, but I don't think Matt would forgive me. But I'm going to say it anyway. You almost reminded me of Darius Labanauskas there. And I don't think Matt is Darius's biggest fan, because didn't Darius beat him in a World Championship game?
Oh, I'd like to talk about that one. I've got all my stats on that, because I was expecting Matthew Edgar to be rubbish this week.
140.
I haven't even got my puns out about Matthew Edgar, because the guy's been pure class this week.
60.
He's had one maximum in this match. He's had one maximum the rest of the week. It's not about
55.
massive maximum hitting here at the MODUS Super Series. If you can get them, you might find yourself with more opportunities on the outer ring.
41.
But the 1 and 2 treble visits that he's found at the right times, that's why he's in this semi-final.
As the first player blinked there, Matthew Edgar's last 6 starts, 60 and 41. Can Colin Osborne capitalise?
21 leaves 185. So he's trying to leave a 7 at the end if possible. So 18's here. Could go 15's if he wishes.
He knows what he wants. Like I said, he's dictating the pace. Experience.
36.
That is such a fortunate miss. That's almost like the 6 that we saw earlier from Jim McEwan. He had 176 left and he scored 6 to leave 170.
That's a 4 at golf. Coming off a tree as it slices wide.
170.
Straight into the middle of the fairway. What a result this would be. But there again, even with the 2 treble 20s, I'd be surprised if he would have gone to bull, because he's savvy. He's clever on the board. He's
55.
fighting qualities now. This is not the highest of quality games. You know, they're both well capable of averaging over 100, but I'm enjoying this more than any match.
85.
Classic match play, just shy of that 90 mark.
115.
Who wants it the most?
A third of a point between them. No legs between them.
59.
Bit of body and everything going in that one, Paul.
155.
He'll pick up on that. Treble 19.
He fancied that for a second.
139.
He's buzzing.
Colin, you require
Not even
56.
And let me tell you, we have said so many good things about Colin in these situations. He did miss the big 16 earlier. That's plum. 2 darter tops.
Game show
He
the
is
fifth
so
Colin
good
Osborne.
at that combination finishing. And there he is, chatting to himself there, motivating himself. He's 1 leg away to the final.
Six-leg Matthew to throw first.
Matthew Edgar's dart. He'll want to go with a little 15 darter. Make your opponent at a 12.
60.
Really digging deep here, Edgar. It's like he's in a sharpshooter and he refuses to tap out. I'm making a wrestling reference there because he's a big wrestling person. He won't tap out.
95.
He's demonstrating all the ring craft you need to be a top-class dart player. He maybe thought the best was behind
45.
him. And whatever happens in this match, Paul, he can go with his head held high and be back on that practice board knowing that dreams can still come true for him.
If he was watching the qualifying matches, the ones that he wasn't playing in,
45.
he should know that 3-2 down, you can still win from any position, because what Pilgrim did against Andreas Harrysson, that was motivational for any player.
And something else.
61.
And the fact that Colin, all of a sudden, has just hit the skids himself. He's thinking. He is thinking right now, Colin. And boy, does he need a big one.
I would classify that as pretty big.
136.
110 ahead. Edgar could really do with a couple more maximums.
100.
He'd like to double his tally for the week.
Now, what's important here is the fact, yes, they're on a level score here, but Colin has snatched the darts away. This would be a breaker throw to win the match.
90.
For a second there, we both held our finger because we thought he was staying on the treble 20 bed.
I'm not even sure if he knew where he was going until the last second.
105.
For a second, I thought he was going to go for the 18s.
Well, one thing you guarantee he will go for on the first dart. Now, Matthews on 130 is the bull. And treble 20 is what's needed.
Yeah, but look at the lie of the bull. Look at the lie. He couldn't ask for a better lie for the bullseye. If he gets the 60, the bullseye will feel bigger than it actually is. 60, not found. And Edgar will be hoping that he gets a shot at the bullseye to end the
62.
combination
Matthew
of this right here.
130.
Been a night of big finishes under pressure.
Game shot
wow,
at
when
six
that
leg,
trend
Matthew
continues, and
Edgar.
there's the showboat, and that is how he's feeling. That is how the night has been going so far. Colin Osborne did it against Andreas Harrysson early in the night against Darryl Pilgrim.
Seventh
I beg
and
your
final
pardon,
leg,
and
Colin
Matthew
to
Edgar
throw
has just
first.
repeated that against Colin. What
Game
a
on.
match. It's a one-leg shootout.
And this is something that they know a lot about, because those 2 meetings they had 10 years ago, they both went to last leg deciders.
60.
And this is really interesting as well, because the 2 meetings they had 10 years ago, one was best of 11. That was won by Osborne.
60.
They played best of 9. That was won by Edgar. This is a little bit shorter.
Paul, I'm looking at the check behind me with Matthew's name written on it.
125.
That's how confident he is. He's playing an opponent who spoke to Paul at the beginning of the week to say, I'm here for 10 days. Both of these players are brimming with confidence. Both of these players
140.
are 300 points away from a place in the final.
Yeah, but Osborne's still got the darts. And he's going to keep them. Unless Edgar finds something
99.
better than that. You fancy it's got to be a 140 for him to be favourite.
Teesside Steel.
140.
Daventry dominant. A 177 would be a dream right now.
Dream is shattered. What can he leave?
Is Edgar favourite now, Paul?
It depends on this shot. He is now.
43.
He's got 6
Matthew
darts from 161
161.
to double his money and to be in the final. Bullseye.
65.
That'll do.
Leaves a 2-dart combination finish, and for Colin, all of a sudden, from being in your hands, there's not an awful lot you can do. Matthew is going to have a shot at 96.
That's gone in. That's a great kick. He's got 94 with 1 dart. Make the most of that fortune, Colin.
This could be one of his best 1-3-4.
100. Matthew Horn, 96.
18 was the obvious shot there. Matthew was thinking more than Colin is right now. Well, Colin is going to get one
56.
of them opportunities. 74. We talk about it so much
Colin
at the MODUS Super
requires
Series.
74.
These are the types of finishes these guys practice religiously. It's over to the Teessider.
Biggest shot of the week so far. 1 dart at tops.
34.
It just misses. And that
Matthew
double is
require
calling
40.
Edgar's name. His nickname is Prime Time. Is it time for him to get to the final?
20.
No. The heartache can be felt throughout the MODUS Live
Colin, you
Lounge. And
require
Osborne
40.
knows that he's got 3 clean darts to get to the final. He's got 10s. He
King
hits
shot
10s.
And the match.
And
Colin
Edgar's heart
Osborne.
shatters as the wizard finds the spell, and he's got more spells to cast because he will go through to the final match, and ultimately he might still be here for another 8 days. A great, great game. You don't need 90 or 100 averages to get a great game here at the MODUS Live Lounge. That was enthralling from start to finish. We all need a breather now. I suggest you go and get yourself a late night beverage, because when we come back, it's the second semi-final between Jim McEwan and Darryl Pilgrim.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Got your breath back following that first semi-final? Well, that was exhilarating, wasn't it? Matthew Edgar missing 3 match starts to make it through to the final. It's Colin Osborne who prevails in a last leg thriller. So, the first of our 2 finalists are now confirmed. We're going to see Jim McEwan take on Darryl Pilgrim momentarily. But before we do that, it's time for Checkout of the Week. Well, we begin with this 130 effort from Richie Parkin in his Group B campaign, ironically against Jim McEwan. He was very prolific on those ton-plus checkers over the course of the week, was Parkin. Well, Jim McEwan had a rip roar of his own. He actually exacted revenge on Richie Parkin because this 154 finish came in the last leg of their encounter yesterday. We're going to see Chucky in a few moments' time. We saw Scott Mitchell on the Oki for the first time this week, and he notched his 156 finish against Andreas Harrysson. We're actually going to see Scott in the commentary box on Monday morning. As for Chris Quantock, well, on Crucible weekend, well, he potted the 147, didn't he? Probably puts the end to the debate, I suppose. Andreas Harrysson treated us to the Della, the 138 finish to get the better of Benito van der Paz by 4 legs to 3. And that is the cast list you have to pick from. Vote now on Twitter at MSS Darts is the place to be to get in touch with us. And you've got until the end of the second semi-final to get your votes in. And an exhilarating second semi-final we have as well. The asset Paul Nicholson is with me up here on the balcony to assess it. It sees Jim McEwan in action up against Darryl Pilgrim. Jim, who's improved tonight. Darryl Pilgrim has got a second chance.
You can say that again. But because of his own brilliance. I think sometimes we use the word survived a lot when it comes to qualifying. And particularly when it comes to the Saturday night as well. He ducked so deep that he was probably putting his hand in his socks. That's how deep he went. But that 97 checkout, that was checkout of the week. You might want to vote for some of the others, but that 97 was the checkout of the week because of the situation he was in. And to be able to do that, and to hit the 140, to leave that 97, that was the 6-dart conversion of the week as well. But it's all about to change because qualifying is over. It's now knockout stuff. Let's see what they're made of.
Well, we're most certainly looking forward to this. It's the second semi-final here at the MODUS Super Series. It sees Jim McEwan in action up against Darryl Pilgrim. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Glenn Dowen. Hello, Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry. Wow, just get your breath back after that last game. I just said goodbye to Matthew Edgar there, and he looked so dejected. I said, don't you dare. You must see the positive. Just remember where you were less than a week ago. Of course, it's going to hurt, but, you know, fair play to Colin Osborne. I mean, he'd come into tonight, I think he'd have just been bravado if he said to me that he's here to win it because, you know, he wasn't his usual brilliant best this week, but he's in the final. It's job done. It just reminiscent of the guy there in your picture, Jim McEwan, who, you know, apart from maybe Wednesday, he hasn't been at his brilliant best compared to that guy, Darryl Pilgrim, who had all the headlines coming into tonight and was moments away from being out. Then a spectacular 97 finish totally changed that. It was a sublime finish, and will we be looking back at that moment? Because at MSS Darts on Twitter had a poll earlier, and before a dart was thrown, the big favourite, even with the public out there, was the man in your picture there, Darryl Pilgrim. But that 97 was key for me. But it's a different type of match with Jim McEwan with Darryl. The pace is going to be dictated by the Scotsman.
First leg, Jim to throw
Importantly,
first.
Jim will be thrown first. If it's anything as good as the games we've been watching tonight, then fill your bunkers.
Just get the feeling that Pilgrim is focusing on something with that ghost dart in the background throughout the night. Maybe it's an elbow position, a forearm, perpendicular position. Whatever he's working on, it seems to be enough at the minute. Now, he did play Jim McEwan 3 times earlier in the week and he won all 3.
125.
But playing on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, it's like chalk and cheese compared to Saturday. This is where we have the crowd, there's noise, there's more pressure, and it's for money.
And it's a different Jim McEwan right now. And you don't often see too much of a show of emotion, but maybe it's been infectious what he's seeing. The Colin Osbornes, the shouts from Matthew Edgar, the scream when Darryl Pilgrim.
140.
Just joining the party. What a beautiful opening. 140, 180 from Jim. 125, 140 from Darryl. Sit back and enjoy.
3 players left. Only 1 can prevail. 2 of them
99.
have done the job before. We've talked about it a lot tonight, but sometimes there's no substitute for experience. Pilgrim has won on a Saturday night before, but it wasn't
Jimmy
here.
Maguire, 82.
This is a very different stage to Southampton. Lots of people won there that haven't won here. Pilgrim desperately wants to get the win here so he can keep playing next week.
You can just see what's happening with Darryl in the background. He can't stand still.
42.
And one thing I would say to him, he must, because if you're bouncing around all that adrenaline, like I said, Jim will dictate the pace. Jim's got total control, but just when you think a leg is over tonight, something strange happens. 40. So this is not a gimme.
Game
Made it look like one,
Jim
that's
McEwan.
for sure. That's a great start from Jim, a 13 darter. And if that's sending a message to Pilgrim,
Darryl
it was in bold, underlined, and sent by a rather heavy pigeon.
It's the come on afterwards that really interests me, because it's an area we haven't seen from him this week. You have to be motivated. And when you've been there and done it like he has so many times here at the MODUS Super Series, does it still have that same excitement? Well, I think them sort of responses to them doubles just might tell you that.
Yeah, I dare say that the last 5 days, he hasn't even thought about that kind of reaction. We've seen him hit a 154 for checkout of the week. And even when he hit that, he just turned around and shook the person's hand.
91.
Yeah, he's letting Darryl Pilgrim know that he's here. I mean, he doesn't practice as much on the practice board as a lot of the players. I mean, there's a lot of young players been here this week as well. He just does his own thing. And like I said, the MODUS Super Series is about peaking at that right moment. And here we are, just shy of 11 o'clock at night. You know, that's when you want to be doing it. He can smell the final. And I've had some experience with Colin Osborne before.
In times gone by, we have seen semi-finals and second semi-finals in particular as late as 1 o'clock in the morning. This is where you've got to program your day right. Even ourselves as commentators, when we're working late, we have to program our day right to make sure that we're sharp. You're the person on the stage throwing the darts. Everything you do on a Saturday matters.
I won't even elaborate on that and even say, even start at the beginning of the week. We use that term marathon, not a sprint. How many times have we said that this week? And you just feel right now, the Colin Osbornes, the Jim McEwans, what's really important is 1, experience, 2, they know how to win these competitions. They're coming to the fore. Treble 19 for Pilgrim. Doesn't need to interest himself in the bull. So he'll lay up for double 8.
73.
He'll be back.
The last semi-final went 4-3. I would not be shocked to see another one. In fact, we got 2 games in qualifying that were 4-3 as well. One of them was won by McEwan. The other one was won by Pilgrim.
77.
They're having somewhat similar nights in that regard. Double 4. And this one is all tied up.
Pilgrim.
And the crowd will tell you whose side they're on.
Third leg Jim to throw first.
Return of friends and family here for Darryl. And at 3-0 down in his semi-final, his mother walked away.
I've seen Tottenham fans walk out of St James's Park after 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, poor Andreas Harrysson when he was leading 3-0 in that final game. I think everyone thought they were going home, but here he is. It's great to see that big crowd behind them, and they've been treated tonight, Paul, to some fabulous darts.
They have.
41.
They have indeed. This is why you should get yourself down here for a Saturday night just to see what this is all about. The atmosphere, it's thick in there. You can cut it with a cheese knife. The funny thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if Elvis himself walked in here, because it's like Heartbreak Hotel in here tonight. Edgar's heartbroken. Andreas Harrisson's heartbroken. Justin Smith can't comprehend what happened.
100.
Andreas Harrysson is all shook up, but there he is. He's stayed. He's just been mingling with it. Crowd in there because he's a character. He won't want to be going back home, but right now it's about the two players in your picture. Just feels like a steadier pace. It's a new test for Darryl Pilgrim. Sometimes it's about the mind rather than that pace and the high scoring finish. And when you're playing someone like Jim, half the battle is what you're doing when you're not throwing
55.
darts.
Well said, actually. I beat that drum a lot. Sometimes you got to win the battle on the board and win the battle off it as well. It's a bit like golfers who spend a lot of time not hitting
100.
shots. You walk a 300 drive after you've hit a 300-yard drive. And what you do between the ears is very important. Oh, hello. Does he want another one? Is he trying to be crafty? It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant from Pilgrim. I'm not sure what his thinking was, but boy, oh boy, was that good.
But we're talking about the psychology of the game. I was watching Jim McEwan and he was scratching his head. Did it take the focus off his 120, Paul?
60.
I like that
Darryl
last
require
dart.
148.
Try and explain what in the conclusion of this leg, but just remember he didn't even look at a treble because this man's on the charge for a 148.
134.
Just when you think you've seen everything tonight.
Jimmy requires
That would have been
60.
305 in 6 with his opponent sitting on 120. That would have usurped his 237 in 6 at the back end of qualifying. Double top.
Big moment. Big dart.
40.
Darryl Pilgrim be absolutely over the moon when he was going for them bullseyes. He thought the leg was over. He has to be aggressive on the second. Boy, was he aggressive. He's leading 2-1. Big moments. Were them two bullseyes in the treble 19? That spark. Is it the fact that was more and Jim began to think and took his mind off that 120? Interesting moments.
Do we now start giving some credit to Pilgrim? Because he's just done something that I really like. He's trying to keep his adrenaline pumping. And he did something that McEwan didn't see. He was grimacing. He was getting that aggression going. But from McEwan's standpoint at the back of the stage, he couldn't tell what Darryl was doing. That was clever.
Yeah, we're seeing different attributes than what you see in the group phase. That's for sure. The growling from Jim McEwan, the shouting from Matthew Edgar. And like I said, we're just seeing some emotion from Darryl Pilgrim. And the big thing will be he's got family and friends in there. Me and Paul will tell you what it's like to play.
96.
You feel about 7 foot tall when you can hear a family member in there. A big shout of, come on, Darryl. Can be like a 180 to him. He wants to win this in front of people like he cares so much about.
98.
Let's see what McEwan does from 305 then. I dare say he's not going to go for the bull. And he's not going to leave a finish either. That's why on 305, there are other avenues. I spoke with our mutual friend Kevin McDine once about 305 and 315. And he had a really interesting take on it. 25 or 15 to start. I started doing it a week later. And funnily enough, in a Pro Tour game, I took out 305 and 6 starting with a treble 15. So going 20s first on 305 is not right.
I went for treble 18 and hit the big 15, so I know what you mean. Treble 17 will be the route. 91 left. There's been some monstrous moments tonight. I mean, just one after the other. There's been like a layer of a cake. Are we about to see another one? Because this will be a serious surge. You can still do it with treble 17. You'd be disappointed with that return.
30.
That has not worked out
Jimmy
well.
require 88.
I can't sugarcoat it more than I just did, really. That was about as positive as I could be. But McEwan should be looking at the bullseye after this shot.
Yeah, there was an unfortunate sneeze behind there, but he was not affected.
74.
Double 7 going to be kind
Darryl, you
to
require
McEwan this
76.
time. 76, as we talked about in the last game. The 70. These are the moments. That's why you should practice so much this type of finish. It's one dart, double 18 for 3-1. That is what it's all about. That can be the difference between winning and losing. Then finish between 64 and 81. That was a big moment. Advantage Pilgrim.
Fifth leg, Jim to throw first.
Jim is staring into the abyss now. He's only missed 3 darts at double in this match. But they've been very, very costly. Pilgrim quite efficient. 42.86% to be exact.
190.
And there is no turning back for McEwan. Either he goes 3 deep or he goes out.
100.
That's the fighting quality that's synonymous to Jim McEwan. He's not going to go without a fight. That's 4. Oh, hello.
It's got to be a 6th. It had to be a 6th.
190.
Well, well, well. Only Conor Heenahan has hit a 9-darter in this building. And he's hit 2. He should have hit a 3rd.
134.
Now,
Jimmy require
141
141.
for your own little slice of history here. Jim McEwan, what have you got up your sleeve? Only a small 20.
Yes, he needed a wizard under his sleeve there, and Colin Osborne will have been watching on intently there. But just see out the leg. It's moments like that, Paul. Even your opponent
65.
wants you to hit it, despite the fact it's a semi-final of a game. But I don't think that would have just been the cherry on a fantastic night of darts.
It's an angel and devil moment, that. The angel says, oh, just
131.
let him have the 9.
Jimmy
and then you win.
76.
And then the devil says, don't be foolish. Well, now it's got to be 11, surely. That was a gamble. But the gamble has paid off. And the game is still very much alive. What are your thoughts on that, Glenn? Because that 25 was risky.
I think it was
6-leg Darryl
okay, in a sense. He wanted
Rovers.
136. It's not the route many people would have done, but like I said, sometimes when you go the opposite way, you think, why didn't I do that? He went with his gut feeling.
81.
But if you've got 61 and you hit the bullseye and you've got 11, then you've got to find a small single, which is precarious in any scenario. Never mind a semi-final here on Saturday night.
85.
Anyway, moot point. He hit double 18. Now Pilgrim is throwing for the match. Honours even in visit 1.
100.
I feel like this is a big, big leg for Darryl because he has the darts in this leg. And after 6 darts, he'd be fairly happy to be on 320. He's in control. He's 100 in front, meaning at your minimum 1 treble.
97.
Stays on the shirt tails of Darryl. Would you one of his big 180s?
Osborne already in the final. And waiting to see
140.
who he plays and after what circumstances. Pilgrim with a wonderful 140. What he would give for another when he comes back to the 7'9¼ hockey.
This was the place to be tonight. The audience have been brilliant once again.
For me, a
76.
very knowledgeable crowd there. They're watching every dart go in. And I guess they thoroughly enjoy it, but the majority are on the man in your picture right now. And with that dart there, means one thing. He is a massive favourite for this game now.
That's a good second dart, actually.
100.
Because it takes the bust out of commission, and he could really attack it with dart 3. It hasn't worked out well, but small wins, you have to take them all. 80 points separate him from a minimum of £2,500 here for Saturday night for the Group A champion, and the chance
80.
to double it.
Just when you're right off Jim, though, he puts the pressure on. It's going to be one dart at tops on another stonkingly good game.
40.
Just above.
Jim,
This
you
match
require
is not
103.
over, because if Jim can see this 103 out, he will have the darts in the last leg.
84 remain. No shot at the outer ring. And Pilgrim knows
47.
that this is the
Darryl, you
scenario
require 40.
where you need to get your rubber stamp out. Double 10. He's in the final. He wants it badly. And one of the biggest reasons he's in the final this week is because he's beaten Jim McEwan not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times he has been the master of Chucky. And it is going to be the final here in Portsmouth between the man averaging 93.07 and getting 40% of the doubles, and 99 for Jim tonight. He couldn't put a flake in it, and he's not going to be in the final because it's going to be Osborne and Pilgrim in the final tonight.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set in stone. It sees Darryl Pilgrim through after a fantastic 4-2 win against Jim McEwan, who, despite a 99 average, is out of the competition. So we got a real good final set fair. We'll talk to Glenn Dunn all about that in just a second. But first, it's time for Checkout of the Week.
He gets this. It's a mic down moment. Wow. Stay there. He didn't need to. Mic down.
Shot. And
that's
the match,
outrageous.
Jim McEwan.
Just when Richie Parkin thought, I've got you exactly where I want you.
Clutch finishing there for Jim McEwan, won the day in our Checkout of the Week competition. That's going to be back this time next week, so stay tuned to our social media handle at MSS Stars. And talking about our social media, we had a competition a couple of weeks ago to win the ultimate VIP package here next Saturday for our Champions Week finals night. You entered in your droves, and earlier on this evening, we drew out a winner. And it is many, many congratulations going to Stacey Belcher for winning that particular competition. There you are, a one-night hotel stay next Saturday, 2 tickets to Champions Night, 10 bar tokens and a signed dartboard. Many, many congratulations. And don't forget to follow us on our Twitter account at MSS Darts, as well as on our Facebook and Instagram pages, as well as TikTok these days too, for all the latest MODUS Super Series updates, or as some guys would say, ticketing news. Well, we are about to look forward to a fantastic final between Colin Osborne and Darryl Pilgrim. We can give you some news down from the practice room where Colin Osborne has won the bullseye in that one. What are we thinking about this one? Because both players elevated their performance in the semis.
Yeah, just what a night, first of all. It's absolutely been so thoroughly enjoyable. The correct 2 players have reached the final. I mean, just 2 stonkingly good semi-finals. Really important that Colin Osborne's won the bull as well. That may be decisive, because I can see this one going the distance, but I think the crowd are on the side with Pilgrim. Could that be the deciding factor? I stood here 9:30 AM on Monday and I said that Darryl Pilgrim would throw the first dart, and I also believed he would throw the final dart. So we're getting close for a final does tip.
Well, both players know what it's like to win here at the Live Lounge, but in the MODUS Super Series. Pilgrim won the qualification in Southampton for Series 1's Champions Week, whilst Colin Osborne qualified for Series 2. So for someone, they're going to join the Matt Clark Club.
Yeah, Matt Clark was absolutely fantastic. I mean, the 2 proven winners, and I think experience is, you know, it's been really helpful. And I've seen a real fire in the eyes of Colin Osborne tonight. For Darryl Pilgrim, he's been brilliant. I just keep going back to that moment, that 97 finish. It was from the sublime to the ridiculous at times. He'll take some beating tonight.
Just finally, what do you think will be the main difference in this final?
Maybe just experience or the crowd. So I'm going to go 1 each with the 2 of them there. I think the experience lies with Osborne. The crowd's on the sides of Pilgrim. I'm a Teessider, and I would love a perfect Parmo party.
It could be a Parmo party in Pompey. I never thought I'd be saying that sentence live on TV. Well, our final is set, and in about 10-15 minutes' time, we are going to know the final player who has made it through to Champions Week here in Series 3 at the MODUS Super Series. It pits 2 men that have been here before in Darryl Pilgrim and Colin Osborne. Glenn Dunn is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action alongside Paul Nicholson. It's all yours, Paul.
It might be all mine with the microphone, but who's going to have it all in week 12? Who's going to stick around for week 13? And who will be lifting that grand check with Glenn Durrant at the end of the night? The tension has been there all evening long, but you have to pay tribute to both players in making the final. Colin Osborne getting through at the expense of Matthew Edgar, and that was a nerve shredder. But ultimately, Darryl Pilgrim was just too good for Jim McEwan. Not just tonight, but all week long. But as far as this fixture is concerned, this is only their 2nd meeting this week. And it was the first game of the night. Pilgrim lost. And he had 3 darts to go 3-2 up. He now has a chance at immediate revenge for losing that first game of the night. How many times do we see it?
First leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
They play in the group, somebody wins. And then the other person wins the more important battle at the end of the night.
100.
Osborne starts very strong, and he has been strong all the way through Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
84.
Osborne is undefeated tonight. Pilgrim has only lost to Colin Osborne. That is a really interesting thing. But as far as Osborne's concerned, if you want to look at his strengths for tonight, let's forget about the last couple of days now. Let's talk about the last few hours. He's averaged 87.28 for his 3 games tonight, which is a very usable level of play. But Glenn, his doubling tonight, my word, 47% for the night. That is outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, the whole night's been outstanding, Paul. I think it's been my most enjoyable night I've seen at the MODUS Super Series, and every player deserves all the plaudits. The heartaches, the highs, the lows. We've had everything tonight, and the combination of
65.
big scoring and high finishing has just been beautiful. But we're down to 2 players now, and like I say, the rewards are absolutely huge. Not just the $5,000 for winning tonight, but a place in the Magnificent Champions Week. It's a big 15 minutes coming up for both players, and for me, it's experience against raw talent.
As for Pilgrim, he's just doing what he seems to always do.
140.
Before we get into that,
Osborne's
Osborne's on a 5-ton game. A somewhat forgotten commodity in world darts. Double 12 for rarity.
77.
Good try.
Darryl, you require 112.
Something special about ton, 101. That might not be enough, because Darryl is going to get a dart at a double.
Double 18. Talk about needing a BFF on Saturday night. It's come up trumps tonight, that's for sure.
Like
the man averaging
rovers.
91.23 for the night. And when you consider his last 12 months, he's probably better than that.
57.
Let's look at the small margins. Colin Osborne wires double 12 for a 15 darter. Darryl Pilgrim hits double 18 for a 15 darter. Fine margins, because we're down to the real cream of the crop now. The elite. Like I said, the rewards are so big, and the crowd have stayed with us tonight, and they've been spoilt with some wonderful darts. Will the local-ish guy
100.
Like I say, I was not often I get me tips correctly, but I did say Darryl would throw the first dart and the last dart of the week. Right at this point, it's looking good.
Didn't have much of a reputation, actually, Pilgrim.
80.
Coming into MODUS Super Series action last year, he was well known. People thought he was very decent. And if you want a little bit of useless information, this is not on most databases. This is in my memory bank, living rent-free. Q School, post-2020 World Championship. You remember that was the year that Fallon Sherrick had that historic run, right? She got beaten by Chris Dolby. She went to Q School after day 1 of that Q School. Who beat Fallon Sherrick that day? It was Darryl Pilgrim. He was the first person to defeat Fallon Sherrick in 2020.
Beginning to take control, but when questions are being asked to the Teessider, he comes up with an answer, and that's the perfect dart for him. A 180 here. Or at least a setup.
99.
Just gives Darryl something to think about, but he'd be thinking in his mind he's potentially got 6 darts. But the way he's playing right now, this is super. It's just an exhibition of 100+ finishes. Colin Osborne just looking a little bit flabbergasted there, because he's not playing bad in this game. He's averaging just shy of 93 with Darryl Pilgrim. When you say keep it simple, Paul, first leg, 15 darter. Second leg, 15 darter.
But look at the last 4 visits of that leg as well.
140.
Ton, 140, 104. This is just really consistent stuff. And interestingly,
46.
A lot of people out there might think that the reputation of Mr. P is that he's really good at getting to big games. But in the big games, does he have what is necessary to get bigger prizes than he's already had? There is a question mark next to that. And right now, he's taking that bat that he was hit with earlier by Osborne and swinging for that question mark. Because this is a tremendous display.
Yeah, forget that first game of the night. I mean, that's out the memory bank. It's all about here and now.
81.
Colin Osborne's fighting because that's what people with Teesside stealing them do. Won't go down without a fight. Wins his leg here.
60.
And then the opportunity then to break Darryl. And that's all he can do. He's got to keep optimistic. He's got to stay positive. He's 181 points away from getting his first leg on the board. I like the bull in this start. He's
I do as well. Yep.
He's looking at what he needs. He's assessing.
Yeah, use the ball now to take it out of the next shot. But unfortunately, it's been brought back into play.
And being hypercritical, he should know what he wanted to do prior. And that maybe just that little delay there.
Colin, you require 94.
So aggressive now, the players. Now, you wouldn't consider going for the bull first start. It'll be treble 18. Now it's decisions on 76.
54.
Interesting.
That will require 161.
He could have even gone for the treble 18 to leave double 11. But that was a somewhat interesting layup because I don't think he was going for the double.
Colin, you require
We'd have to ask him to see what he was doing, but this time there's no laying up. Straight over the pond and into the hole for Osborne, who gets within one, but Pilgrim still retains that break of throw that he got earlier.
Yeah, he wasn't considering going for the green with the driver on the 94. He laid up, got his sand wedge out and chipped that one. He's back in this match, but now it's the tough ask. Now you've got to break Darryl. And the problem when you're playing a player who's such a big scorer, you only get minute opportunities, and then minute means that Colin could do with filling the bed here.
Speak of the devil.
In Teesside would say, you're joking, aren't you? He did exactly what the doctor ordered. He did exactly what the strategies needed to break this man.
In moments like that, we've got a saying in Northumberland as well, but I can't repeat it on live television. I'll tell you off the air, Glenn. You've probably heard it before from our good friend Davy Gradwell.
I've heard most things, but usually from Chris
60.
Dolby. Should go downstairs on 306.
Well, 6 dark conversions tonight. He's been knocking on the door of a lot of them.
96.
But this one is not going to go in 6, which means that Osborne has 6 from 261. Yeah, you're thinking 140, 121. That's really, really gettable. Oh,
95.
Colin. That's why he's so upset, because 166 cannot be taken.
Who would have thought 5 point makes such a difference, but in Darryl's mind now, he knows he's getting 6 starts from 210, and he's put a huge dent in that.
What he would give for a 134.
Got a chance.
96.
He asked him for the 180. He just says maybe, because now it's the battle of the combos, and that is typical. No reaction, which is good for double 4. This is absolutely unbelievable. A dart at double 18 on the 112. The 104 checkout. And when asked questions on double 4 to go 3-1 up, he smacks it bang in the middle.
Game on.
Incredible stuff. Solid as a rock.
Been a slow burner tonight as Pilgrim, but in the key moments, when he's been given his opportunities, he has started to come up trumps. Glenn said earlier tonight, will we talk about that 97 checkout towards the end of the night? If he didn't hit double 19 double top for that 97 out, I believe he wouldn't even be in the semi-finals. Never mind the final.
And it's crowd 1, experience 0 right now. That's what I thought the duel was about. The nous, the board management, have been there and done it in Colin Osborne. against this raw talent, a high scoring, big finishing Pilgrim. Beautiful. Sit back and watch, Glenn.
Just a wonderful display from a very gifted
93.
player who we may just be seeing going to Champions Week. Osborne is very much on the ropes with his gloves up in a defensive position.
And he's thinking, Paul. He's already using the
96.
90s because 58 was a minimum to leave 170. He's left the champagne shot to 132. Aussie needs something big, Paul. This is beginning to run away from him.
58. Darryl, you require
Doesn't even need to go the ball.
132.
Not even sure he will.
So watch my fella T-sider. Wow, this is clever stuff.
92.
Very clever. He's done everything right in this final. Everything. Averaging high 90s. Leaving tops after 12 darts when he knows that he's on the cusp of his first win in the MODUS Live Lounge.
140.
This could be
Darryl, you require
one of the
40.
biggest wins of his life.
Game,
And it is
shot,
the win
and the
for
match
Mr. P.
in the MODUS Super Series
He's in
Week 12
week
champion,
13
Darryl
at the
Pilgrim.
expense of the Wizard. But it cannot be denied that the man who won Group A and was the favourite for the night, he turned up when he needed to turn up. His football team won today by 4 goals to 3. He's won that one by 4 legs to 1. 100% on the doubles in the final is a remarkable effort when you consider he's been on the ropes pretty much all night long until that final game where he bossed it and denies Colin Osborne a tilt at his second Champions Week in a row. Darryl Pilgrim did win in Southampton. He has now won in Portsmouth. That double will mean an awful lot to him. But when you consider what he's been through tonight, you may think when the dust settles on Sunday that that may be the biggest win of his life. Let's go to the presentation then. Henry is on the stage with your winner. And in week 12, your winner is Mr. P, Darryl Pilgrim.
Darryl Pilgrim, many, many congratulations. I feel like there's a sense of both relief and pride in your face right now.
Yeah, considering I thought I was out in that second semi when I was 3-0 down to Andreas. And since then, I've played really well after that.
I could tell this is a big moment for you in your career. You won in Southampton in the first series to qualify through to Champions League, but does this feel just something else winning here?
Yeah, definitely, because it's such a different game playing on stage compared to Southampton when it's in a little room and no one's watching. It's such a completely different game.
97, is that your lucky number now?
Yeah, might be now, yeah.
Obviously, you got through that game with Andreas. Then what do you do in the background? Because that was something that I suppose emotionally would have taken a lot out of you. What did you kind of do in that intervening period going into that semi-final?
To be honest, just trying to calm down because my adrenaline was going through the roof after I won that game. I was lucky I had a bit of a gap after that because I was like that. But yeah, I was well happy with that.
And then the final against Colin, it was like you had full control of that game from the first start.
Never in control against Colin. Such a good player. It is me finishing that won me that game. It's me finishing.
Now, you join a very exclusive club now, Darryl, of only 2 people who have ever played at Champions Week twice in this incarnation of the Super Series. You're going to join Matt Clark in a very exclusive club.
Yeah. I say I'm speechless, to be honest, after winning that. But yeah, I'm over the moon.
And obviously, as the Week 12 winner, it's a very quick turnaround for yourself. Have you thought about what you're going to do? I know, obviously, we're going to confirm the groups tomorrow, but do you know what you're going to do, how you're going to prep for that? Because it is a quick turnaround.
It's just as any other dart game, to be honest. Just turning up, practicing. Same difference, to be honest.
Well, this is your moment, Darryl, because it is time for the presentation of the cheque. I'll take that mic off you. To welcome on the stage, big welcome, Dutta Glenn Tarrant! There he is, ladies and gentlemen, your winner for week 12. There he is, Darryl Pilgrim, everyone. Well, Darryl's going to mope in the moment. I'm going to have a couple of words with Glenn. I don't think he's coming off the stage anytime soon, is he? Darryl, I'll let you go and celebrate in front of your fans. Darryl Pilgrim, everyone! Look at that, he's a happy man, isn't he? If you want to head off stage, you can go and enjoy yourself and get ready for Monday, possibly now. Well, Glenn, well, you said it on Monday morning, didn't you? You thought the man who's going to throw the first dart this week was going to throw the last dart this week. Does his tips don't get many right, but when you get them right, you get them right well.
I get them right in a big way, Dawn, about what a night, what a competition, what a week. I've just seen Colin Osborne, so first of all, unlucky, he's absolutely gutted in there, but hopefully, like Matthew Edgar, like Colin Osborne, they'll see the positives from the week, but the week belongs to Darryl Pilgrim. He's some talent, and I tell you what, 1 week's time, will we be seeing him standing here with 20 grand in his back pocket as well? He has every chance.
We said on Monday morning that he may well be one of the best 8 players in the world without a tour card, and I feel like at times tonight, in different circumstances, when it was clutch, when it was important, we saw some of those qualities.
The moment, for me, one stands out. He wants 97, a single 19, probably treble 18, you're thinking. Double 19, double top. It was sublime, and I said, is that the moment? Come 11:15, it certainly was, and in the final, he missed absolutely nothing. Double 18, double 16, double 4, double top, round the board. It was beautiful, and a deserved winner.
And I suppose now, all eyes on Champions Week.
Yeah, I'll be watching from home. I would love to stay here as well because it's 12 players where I think all 12 will be thinking they've got a chance of winning it. I'm looking forward to seeing the groups, how they pan out as well, because I think that's really important. A really, really exciting week, and they can be here. A crowd tonight was excellent. A nice full house next week. And the biggest prize in amateur darts is going to go to someone, and it could change their life.
Well, Glenn, it's been my absolute pleasure working with you, Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy, the whole of the team. I've really enjoyed bringing Week 12 to you. There's going to be confirmation of the groups for Champions Week available on our social media channels in due course. So we will bring you more confirmation on that as it comes. But as far as Week 12 is concerned here at the Super Series, Mr. P was the MVP.